Hello and welcome to Roll for Avatar Legends RPG Episode 6, the finale. It's unfortunately it's time. It's the end. It's the last episode. We wrap up.
No. We're like, how are we gonna wrap this up in an episode?
All of us are just thinking like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh no. And we're wrapping up the year by wrapping up the season. We have some
For some reason, Simon looks the least concerned. Like, Simon's just like, I don't know how you'll do it. Whatever.
Good luck.
We're gonna play to find out what happens, baby.
Yeah, we have some announcements to get through before we get going. So let's do the thing. We got some Patreon stuff, of course. The monthly recap has come out for November. We were recapping November, so it comes out in December. That's how it works. There's that one guy that was confused and angry at us once that they were always a month late. It's like, no, you gotta wait till the month's over to recap it. That's how it works. So it's out. You can watch them.
Well, we used to name them newsletters. Now we call them
name
recaps
them newsletters
to make it more
but then
clear.
in the newsletters, we made it very clear we were recapping and we were talking about the month before.
Yeah.
But one guy
They
just
were
got
very mad by the
Yeah,
we got a very angry letter and an on Patreon.
This is a very long angry post about it. So we changed the name to recap. But yeah, it's out. You can watch the recap for November. We talk about what happened last month. And then, next month we'll do that.
We take your feedback seriously, even if it's wrong. Little salt bay on there.
You can also soon you'll be able to check out Ascension Gubbins on the Patreon as well. I'll be uploading. There's some character sheets to check out, and maybe a couple of other things as well, like descriptions of items and stuff. Because we did stuff. Stuff happened. Mistakes were made in our most recent episode.
Who's continuing to make these mistakes? Maybe the paladin who
In my defense, the whole party was like, do the thing. So I did the thing.
I didn't say anything.
Maybe Arena didn't, but like most of the rest of I think everyone but Arena was like, do the thing, and then I did the thing, and the thing was the wrong thing to do, as it turns out.
Yeah, 100%.
So, but
the greed.
In doing that thing, a bunch of Patreon goodies have been unlocked for you to check out. So I'll be uploading those in the coming week or perhaps weeks. Over the Christmas break, you'll be able to read up on some things. Find out just what people we've been battling recently and what kind of skills they had, and including fancy like secret special gubbins that they
probably have character sheets for this game too. It'll be
we'll also upload the final character sheets for Avatar once we've got the final stuff with all the level up supplied and potentially piles of conditions and fatigue and like
you could read more on
balance
our history
tracks. You'll just be able to see like just how off to one end like Delight and Jan are mainly.
Yeah, minus 3 to center right now towards tradition. That's how wonky.
Ow.
Oh dear. We've also
I'm centered again, finally.
Nice. I'm technically centered, but the center is not in the center. So it's kind of counts, technical. Also, tomorrow we're doing one more RPG session before we go on to into our Christmas break. We are doing, of course, Santa RPG, another one-shot, the fourth one-shot, our special Christmas thing. Maggie Jemming, of course, I'll be there as a cast member, and then we have new cast members, Kate Peters, Werewolf Fields, and London joining us to get into the madness.
They have great elves. It's going to be fantastic. The Legend here are wrapping up their final bit. We'll see how it affects the game for you guys on the live show. It's interesting, that's for sure.
I don't even know what Legends have been doing to the game. Speaking of Legends,
they've been good about being quiet about what's happening. I think the only comment someone made was, "This is going to be an interesting game." That's what Hero Sheep said.
Speaking of the Legends, we do have a Legends supporter for today's finale episode. Imperic, Lord of Bits, is supporting us today. Thank you very much for helping us out.
Thank you, Empiric.
Thank you.
A deity tier, no less. And right on time, there's 1,000 Imperic bits. Nice, thank you.
Christmas bits. Da, 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 da.
we're also, of course, as I mentioned, we're going on the Christmas break. So after tomorrow's Santa RPG one shot, we'll be going on break for a few weeks. We'll be back in early to mid January. We probably won't be back in the first week of January because we've got a couple of different things going on that would get in the way of doing the shows. But expect us back in the second week of January or somewhere around
I think
there.
second or third. It depends on some things.
If you keep an eye on the Twitters and other socials, then you'll know when things are coming back because we'll be tweeting about it and telling you the dates. So keep an eye out for that, and you'll know when Essential will be returning, and the next show after this one will be arriving.
Yeah, we have. We'll be announcing some things. I'm really excited. It's been in the plans for like over a year almost.
Mm-hmm. I'm hype. And yeah, also we're sponsored by Roll20. Roll20 is the thing we've been using to play this game because someone in the Roll20 community was kind enough to make a character sheet for Avatar Legends that works in Roll20. So there's all sorts of those for all sorts of different RPGs. So you can just load up the character sheets and then put in your stats, and usually you can just press a button and it rolls everything for you. It's great. In this case, it has a nice little art thing. It's like it's got a nicely made up box with all the things.
Aang, yeah.
Yeah. And I think that's the announcements for now. Yes. And I'll tell you how you can support us. You can support us on Patreon. Patreon is the main way that we're funded. We're able to do all the cool stuff that we do. There's a whole bunch of tiers on Patreon that give you a whole bunch of different rewards. We do MP3s for all of our shows. We do after shows after every show. We talk about what happens in the show. By the way, today's after show will be a live one. For finales, we always do a live after show that we then later post publicly, so you can always check out the final one and get closure about about whatever's going, like whatever happened in a campaign. We wouldn't hide the final one from you. We let you have all the answers that the players get. So if you stay tuned after the show today, you will get the after show. You get to watch it live.
Yes, and you can ask questions to us live.
Yeah, you can. If you post things in the chat, we'll keep an eye on it and answer any questions that you have. You can also get character sheets, of course, as there are some coming out, various different ones. Enemy character sheets as well, other things from GMs, secret behind the scenes stuff, and like session plans and notes and stuff like that we've done before. You can watch interviews where we interview cast members and GMs about their cast things or GMing things. You can submit questions for those, so that'll be what the interviews are about, whatever questions people submit. You can also watch the monthly recaps, of course. You can also support an episode if you're a Legend 2 supporter. Also, if you're a Legend 2 supporter, you get to take part in a once monthly RPG session jammed by a member of the Roll for It cast. And of course, this month it's Maggie letting the Legends cause trouble in the Santa RPG universe before handing it over to us. So whatever the Legends do is going to cause us some problems.
Actually, I do want to say this, they're actually all good beans, and they're getting tricked into doing bad bean things.
Okay.
Well, not all of them. There's one that's not. One is a necromantic elf.
There's always one that's not.
Yeah.
Oh dear. And
it doesn't give you any hints, but yeah.
All we know is bad things are happening, and that's nothing new for Santa RPG. You can also support us on Twitch, of course. You can do the Twitch things. You can drop us bits, which will land in the cup, and physics will happen, and that's fun. You can give us tips. They appear on the screen. Read them out at the end of the show to thank you for being awesome and supporting the episode. And of course, you can subscribe on Twitch. That gives you emotes and badges and immediate access to the VODs, whereas normally you would have to wait 24 hours for us to upload the VODs over on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, you can become a YouTube member over there. That gives you emotes and badges as well. And being a YouTube member, Twitch subscriber, or Patreon supporter lets you join the Discord, where you can hang out with us and other fans of the show, talk about all things Roll for It, some things not. There's a bunch of different rooms in there for all the shows. I've been ranting about lore in the Ascension room, so there's extra tidbits been posted in there, and various kind of revelations that have been had. We've been talking about, so you can get extra little bits of Ascension lore from checking out the that Discord room at the moment. And every now and then, I just show up and like yell something new in there about things that I've realized while, washing the dishes or whatever. I mean, you can
I'm
also
so proud of
support
you,
us.
washing your dishes.
Well, the dishwasher's broke. Gotta do it.
How did your dishwasher? No, we won't get into that.
If I
Spent them in
knew,
his appliances dying.
if I knew, you can also just support us just by being here, just by showing up. You're already helping us out. Making the numbers go up makes the website shows to more people. We presume it's probably how it works, but who really knows with algorithms? And that means more people can find our shows, and we can, we can do more stuff with that. We also appreciate chatting and commenting. We try and read all of your chats and all of your comments. So please tell us what you think, and we'll try and we like to hear from you. We appreciate it. Yeah, that's around about it. I'm gonna hand it over to our GM for the final time.
Right.
Final time. Wow, that sounds so ominous.
Ominous.
Yeah.
Look, you get out of things what you put into
Hyperventilating.
them, so nothing ominous, unless that's the road that we go down. So let's see, where we left last time was in the middle of a burning room. Quan had just gotten into a literal firefight with her brother Han, and it went about as well as you would expect, which is to say chaotically. Quan lost control of her powers, and things got heated, literally.
I lost my balance
Yes,
in the middle of battle.
but you did win the Agni Kai, technically. So we're going to pick up sort of in the aftermath of that, in the smoldering ruins of this secret facility that you're in, and figure out what the next steps are, because tension is mounting. But before we do that, we're going to do our top of session things, which is, I believe, still only one move, which is fine. It's great. We need to figure out how Quan is feeling as
Protector's
a
burden.
protector. So go ahead and roll, taking +1 for each yes to the following questions. Do you believe that your ward, Delight, listens to you more often than not?
Lately, yes.
Yes. Okay, cool. Have you recently protected them or helped them with a problem?
I don't know about this last episode.
I think you
yes,
did help,
but
because you were keeping an eye out during the infiltration of the farm.
yeah.
So I
If that
would
counts,
say
then
maybe
yes.
I think that counts. Yeah.
that
Okay.
counts. And then is there an immediate threat to your ward that you are aware of?
At this immediate moment, no. But I mean, yes, but no.
Actually, yes, it's you.
That is technically true.
True.
But I'm going to say that we cap out at +2 on these.
Yeah. that
So
makes
it's a
sense to me.
2d6 +2.
I'm like, yes, but no. 9.
Okay.
I hold
that
one.
managed to never miss on this whole time, which is impressive.
Never miss.
So you get 1 hold,
I'm
which you can
serious about my
spend
job.
during the session to, once again, take 10+ on any move to defend or protect your ward, track them down even if they're hidden or avoiding you, or figure out what they're up to without them knowing. So that's where we are. Everybody else at the end of last session got some growth. Everyone took various advancements, whether that was shifting their balance or taking new moves or increasing a stat. Or in some cases, I think people have already done this, but unlocked your moment of balance.
Yes, some
so to
people did.
preview that, this is the time to use it. You can't take it with you. If you find a way to use it in this session, that would be great. You don't have to, but if it comes up, go for it. Play towards it if it's something you want to do. To preview how this works for the audience, if you have played Masks, this is a move that draws some DNA from that game, which has a similar thing for your teenage superheroes, which is your sort of your moment of truth, which is something you can unlock through play. How moment of balance works is when you are at your center, when you are basically complete, when your philosophy is aligned with what you currently believe. It doesn't have to be 0-0, which is where your balance track center starts, right? As you play, your center will shift. For Delight's center is all the way over at +3 tradition, -3 progress, right? So
Yep.
Delight is actually centered when she's all the way over there at that extreme, right? When
with her
she's
family, which is a
the,
hot
this is
mess
the way
right now.
things are done, right? This is what I believe. Now I'm good. When you're at your center and you've unlocked your moment of balance, you get to declare that you're using that ability and then sort of take control of the scene. It's your moment to grab the director's camera, and you are now in charge of dictating sort of the flow of the rest of the scene, depending on your playbook's unique moment of balance text. So some of them are like, you can defeat any foe because you're the strongest person, right? If you're the hammer, it's like I can do these different things. If you are the bold, you get to do some kind of like wild stunt, or overcoming an impossible enemy or obstacle to protect your friends as you become the best version of yourself. So whatever it is, you get to do that thing. And then once you've done it, that goes away. You can unlock it a second time, but that's it. And so this is sort of like your big capstone moment. It's not just like, oh, it is like an I win button, quote unquote. But it's also like, it's supposed to be a story beat for your character. It's this big defining moment that's like, yes, I am living up to the best version of myself, and boom, here we go. Which is why it would be weird if you could do that every single episode. You can do that like in smaller scales by living up to your principle, but your moment of balance is like, this is what I believe and I'm standing up for it, and boom, this is telling the audience that like, this is a pivotal moment in my character. So if you are centered, you can do that thing. Keep it in mind. Where we pick up is we are underground. We are in the Song family's underground lab facility thing. Base.
Evil layer.
Yeah.
Evil weapons layer.
This particular room is like an engineering lab, which, to kind of refresh everyone's memory, I think the camera is gonna do the like previously on Avatar, right, and then fade up from black on a panning shot of this lab, which is machinery, which is kind of a little out of place for the Earth Kingdom, for sure. It looks more like something you might see in the Fire Nation. So when we see in Atla the interior of like Zuko's ship in season 1, I think it's a lot of that like kind of dark steel kind of stuff moving around, but mixed with this Earth Kingdom aesthetic of like elaborate stonework, dark colors, the black and gold banners of the Chen family, which have that symbol, which is the Earth symbol, but duplicated and inverted, so it's like above and below. Those banners are smoldering. They're like there are flames that are dying down on the edges of them. Equipment, gear, various types, tools are strewn about. Cinders of papers and documents and things like that are just sort of like kind of wisping around in the air. There's that kind of smoky blast radius effect around the whole room. At the very edge of that ring is the tilted over steam suit that Han was wearing, which he got out of to do the fight and was sort of like tipped over on. It is darkened, so whatever its original colors and metals and stuff like that, when metal gets superheated, certain kinds of metal get superheated, they have that kind of warped look. So it has that kind of discoloration.
Isn't
all
the Chen's
over it.
color? Aren't your Chen family colors like gold and black actually?
Gold and black, yeah.
Yeah.
And so but I think there's reds because they're making these for the Fire Nation too.
Oh yeah.
So like the exposed metal that isn't painted has that kind of shimmer to it. It is not looking very functional. I think it's like it would be sparking, but it's steam powered, so it's just sort of like hissing. I think like it's got steam coming off of it. at weird angles, as like gaskets and stuff have ruptured. So it seems to be pretty out of commission. Han is like in that superhero 3-point stance, right? Fist down, kind of like hunched down, and looking up. His clothing is dusted up, but he has a burn along the side of his face. In the middle of this detonation is Quan, who just fire nova.
Whoops.
And on the edges, kind of on the back, are Justice, who is like thrown off to the side and like kind of scrambling to his feet and trying to put the fire out. What are the 3 companions who are not Quan doing? How do you respond to this?
Is there anywhere in this room to take cover? I mean, I'm just wondering.
I think there's like a couple of tables or like workbenches that have been like knocked over as a result of the blast wave. So like you could have probably taken cover behind them as that was happening.
Yeah.
And you'd be like ducking and covering as a result.
I think the like the scene of Delight in the aftermath is just poking her head up from behind cover, like, oh shit. You know, like,
yeah. Are we good? Yeah.
I will actually be checking on Quan. I think I'd like if I look and been like, okay, not gonna die, go check on Quan if she's all right.
Okay, yeah, so Chi also pops out from cover somewhere and rushes to Quan, and Jian.
I think I would have tried to pull up a wall to like block the wave.
So we see that cool fortification. Whoomp. It is scorched. It's rock, so I think like maybe it's like turned a little bit into like mud, like wet clay, because of the flame is so superheated that like the front of your barrier looks kind of like that melted plasticky look, but the back of it is intact. But I think we see how close the flames came to licking up against your face. It's
like,
intense.
Once it looks like the excitement's over and no one's gonna start hurling any fireballs anymore, I'm gonna attempt to like bring it back down. It might struggle a bit, like
it starts to like chunk and crumble. Yeah. Cool. So for Quan, you have lost your balance, which means that you're sort of out of immediate play until you get the chance to recuperate and rest and recover.
Yeah, I think
so you're free to role play, but you're kind of like out of it.
Yeah, I think you see Quan like on her knees, sitting down, and like her head is down and her like shoulders are up, and she's old, but she's like pretty fit. But you can kind of for once like see that part of her that you haven't, like the weaker part of her, then that, you know, she looks like she's not well, and she's just has her head down and she's like not looking up.
Cool.
I just like, yeah, I'd just be like kind of doing the like obligatory, like, I know I'm not going to ask if you're okay, because obviously you're not. Just the obligatory, like, hey, cuts, bruises, things. Can you get up? Let's see if I'll try to like kind of aiding up wise.
Yeah, she doesn't say anything, but she lets you assist her, and she puts a lot of weight on you, probably so much that it's, you know, slumps you down a bit.
Yeah.
I have a feeling I'm strong enough, but not necessarily strong enough to do a full fireman's carry, but like
yeah, just like over the shoulder a little bit. Yeah.
Should I like medic or how what's the equivalent? Healer? Do we have a healer?
Medic is also acceptable,
okay.
Right.
What's the like general like response of the area? You know, like what have guards rushed in?
I think at this
Like, what's
point,
going
yeah,
on?
100%. Like a big fire nova just went off. There were like sounds of explosions. There were sounds of a fight. So I think running into the room are sort of like these elite house guards who are different than the ones that are above. The above ground ones just look sort of like bodyguards, like soldiers out of uniform almost. Some of them have armor. Some of them just look like toughs. Like when you walk by, you're watching a movie in the way that we depict mafia like enforcers.
It's like a club body, like, or what do you call those people?
Like a bouncer, yeah.
A bouncer versus like actual like military. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
The people up above are wearing a mixture of either armor and like light body armor or like suits, effectively, like nice formal wear, but too nice. And also sometimes there are swords involved. These are the clothes that Chi and Jian have been throwing on. And these guards are like operators. Like they look like the equivalent of Avatar Delta Force. Like they have armor that is blackened, clearly like purposefully either dyed leathers or like they've smeared soot and stuff over their metal lamellar, so they can't easily be detected on doing whatever they're doing. Dark clothes, the black and gold of the Chen family, and they just rush in like, what's going on? What's up? And Justice is like trying to get a word out, but just can't because he's like so focused on maintaining the room.
I think Delight sort of like stands up and tries to intercept a little bit. Like everything is fine. There was just a small incident, but it's all resolved now. Everything's fine now. We'll get everybody sorted out. I don't think anybody's severely injured. Like looking around, Kwan's like, you know, slumped over on Chi there, and like looking for Jian, find everybody, go like, okay, we're good. You know, like.
Right. So you're trying to stall for time here?
Well, stall for time, but also just like try and present like I am a person you should listen to. You know, like you know, I have authority here to say that everything is fine and you can leave.
Right.
You
know? I'm telling you it's okay.
Yeah.
You should go now.
I'm trying to back her up by being like, yeah, we've got it under control now, but I'm also I definitely lean into Delight. I'm like, what just happened? What was that?
Right. Like, it's okay. We don't know what happened, but it's okay.
I'll talk to you about it in a second. Like.
Yeah, I think you're relying on your skills and training of like,
all right,
being a noble here.
Skills and training.
It's just a plus focus.
That is indeed focus. Here we go. Oh wait, could I roll with tradition, Simon?
Yeah, totally.
Oh.
You want to live up to your principle of tradition?
Live up to my principle of tradition.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
How do you do that?
So I think this is more of a rather than skills and training of a noble, this is relying on the fact that as a Chen, I have the clout in this secret bunker to,
right,
you know, like make declarations.
You will listen to me,
and it is expected of me to do so.
Yes, know? Right.
So that I think
great.
That's what I'll do.
You mark a fatigue and you roll +3.
Oh, what?
Oh no!
Oh, a 6 with a +3.
Boxcars,
can I nudge it?
Oh, it is.
Boxcars.
Can I nudge
my
it to
gosh.
a 7 with a fatigue?
You could. You were assisting.
I'm gonna do that.
Mark a fatigue.
Technically, that was a
damn.
+4 because you have a 1 in it too. That's crazy.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What?
You're right. Why is the
That's
1 coming
crazy.
from? What?
It might not be supposed to be counting that.
Your focus probably.
I don't think it's supposed to count that. Yeah. So it actually should be a 5, Bendon.
should be a
So I
5.
actually
Oh.
don't think bump it.
Okay.
Oh, does it not?
No,
roll
because
your-
it should be. I rolled with focus, but then I changed the modifier like in the box. Yeah.
Oh, so
I
you should have
clicked-
only added a
It
plus
should
2.
it should have been a 5. That's a 5.
Oh.
So
I
you,
can't
a
ninja
plus 1 wouldn't
overload.
matter. I think it doesn't matter here because you're like, what happened?
Yeah.
Well, so I
trying to
think,
help,
like,
but it's not working.
Yeah.
Yeah, what I think happens is like they back up. Because like you just I imagine Delight is carrying herself up to like her full
Of course,
countenance,
yeah.
like-
Everything's fine.
It's fine.
It's totally fine.
right. And these guards are not used to, first of all, you being down here, and the few times that they've interacted with you, I think like you don't see these people. Like maybe you've seen them around, but you just don't talk to them.
No.
But they don't know who they're dealing with, and then when they see that you are not only here but you have authority, and you seem to feel very comfortable with it, because you're all the way over here on tradition.
Yeah, way
And
over
like
here.
you know the rules, you know how to play the game, you know like the way things are done. You're almost like channeling your father in this moment. They're like, yeah, okay, very well, and they like back up. They give you space.
This seems like a success and not a failure to me.
Well, that's the thing is I
I'm
get to make a move
suspicious.
as a result. And so I think
You
what
feel
this-
like everything's fine.
what this well, it doesn't even like a miss doesn't even have to be like
No, of
you
course.
don't do it. It can be like you do it too well.
Mm.
I think
I guess can I just lay down Quan in a safe, non-burn rubble area?
yeah.
All right, that's basically what I do. Just like kind of like scoot.
While
Let's
this is
get you out of,
happening, we
like,
cut
see,
back
yeah.
to
See
you
Chi
like,
in the background. Yeah.
finding a place. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a spot sort of by some of those overturned like debris that is not very uncomfortable, like in a corner.
Yeah, Quan just kind of
have
like
a moment.
leans heavily onto it. Like half like watching and listening.
Right. So I think the move is like they back up for now. But they're like, very well, we will inform Master Song that all is well.
Great. I could. I can't say no to that.
You've clearly got the situation under
Yeah,
control, Lady Delight.
You don't need to bother my father with this business. I'll have this all cleaned up very soon.
Ma'am, we're sorry. Standard protocol dictates that we.
Damn it. Delight's like, okay, like she has other things she has to worry about, right? Like
Right.
Quan is hurt, like it's important to sort of like get her recovered and make sure that everybody else is, like all good. She turns to Justice and says like, you can handle things here, right? If we see to everybody.
And he looks back to you like in a panic because he's like, oh my god, this is my life's work.
No,
But also
my
it's
lab.
good that it's destroyed, but
Yeah.
also, oh my god, my life's work. And it kind of has a of course.
All right, great. John, Chi, if you could grab Quan, we'll take her to get some treatment.
All right.
No medics down here, so
Yep, of course. I'm gonna try and act
totally
professional.
ignoring Han. Totally ignoring Han.
Right.
Fuck him.
Right. Han at this point has just like gotten up to his feet and isn't saying anything. He's just sort of standing where he was knocked back and just sort of touching his
Mhm.
face, kind of like with a glazed look in his eyes.
All right. Well, at this point, I'm gonna try and dip out with my friends. And get Quan to a comfy, safe place to recover.
Yeah. So the justice is like, oh, I'm fine. I've got this under control. As you heard what she said, and the guards are like, of course. And the guards go off to do what they do, which is report an incident, leaving you competently to take care of your injured individual.
Goddamn guards.
And where do you go?
I mean, Delight has one location she always goes to, and that is her room.
I should have known. Yeah. Yeah, the guards at the door like give you a very weird look. Actually, there are no guards here. You were under house arrest. Effectively, Song seems to have given up on that. Because you have come into the fold. So like there are guards that like you see around the hallways, but you're because you have an honor guard, it is assumed, it seems, that you're being watched. So you get back to your room and like there's the guards that we've seen there the whole time.
Yeah, don't worry, my guards
are not there.
They're super reliable. They're definitely guards. Yeah,
best guards.
Human male 17 and human female number 6 are nowhere to be found.
Yeah. So like when we get back, I guess like try and get Quan like laid out on the bed, you know, give them some space.
Yeah. As soon as we close the door and get Quan like kind of tucked in, what the heck was that?
Oh, you mean the whole challenge thing?
What? Yeah. Just imagine here that I'm not from the Fire Nation. Just don't. What? I don't know. I would ask Quan, but.
Can I reply to this, or am I kind of like out of scene until?
You're able to respond.
I would be happy for you to do it. I don't want to do it, so. Delight looks like she's about to speak, and then you
cut her off.
Yeah. Quan, like laying in the bed, doesn't really like look at any of you, but she just begins to speak with her eyes closed, and she says, "It is a tradition. Firebender dueling, centuries old. It is a fight for one's honor. It is won only when one other is burnt." And you actually see like a tear trickle down her eye when she says that.
I guess
Sometimes firebenders just do that.
I mean, I think it's a little more serious than just do that, but old family problems, right, Quan? Like leaning around the other pair.
It is one way to resolve problems, I suppose.
Huh.
Yeah. We don't really have a similar thing here, so.
In the Fire Nation, even the Fire Lord can be challenged. It is something every firebender honors.
And Delight's like, oh, I didn't know that, sort of like nodding. And she says, don't worry, Quan. We'll figure out the rest of it in a little while. Just get some rest and feel better, and we'll come up with a plan. I look to Chi like, you have plans, right? You plans?
I do have plans. Okay. I mean, well, just first things first, maybe we should let Quan rest, and I'll be like, here's a little cup of water there. I don't know what else to do. I'm not a doctor. Here's some more blankets. And then maybe we should just talk a little bit. Like, how big is your bedroom? Like, is it like this
I think
is
it's
just
pretty
the
big.
yeah?
I mean,
Is
I mean,
there
it's
like
like-
an extra separate room that we could just like go in? Like you have a
I
whole
think
like
it's- I
studio
think it's-
apartment to yourself.
I think it's like it's a room. It's a big room, but it's like the only dividers would be like like wooden dividers. Sort
Yeah,
of thing.
the, like, fold out.
Yeah, like folded out. So it's like separated into smaller spaces, but it is like one room, for sure.
Probably like
just out of
two
character,
big
did we
sized
get
master bedrooms.
the plans from Justice about like deliveries and stuff, or no, not yet? We were just going in and seeing.
What I recall is Justice said he could get them to you,
Yeah.
But they haven't.
but hadn't picked them up yet.
Yeah, because that's one of our things that we want to do is stop the.
Yeah, stop the weapon deliveries.
Yes.
All right. I think I'm just gonna sit here, like I'm just gonna pull up a chair and just like pout really quick and just really think, because this is a lot to take in.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. I guess the bigger thing is we got one of the weapons destroyed, and that's good. But
Downside, I'm pretty sure my father's gonna know about it. Those guards seem pretty serious.
Well,
I mean, we could spin it. Because it's not like we aim to destroy the weapon. It just got destroyed in a family argument, I guess. Yeah.
yeah, if we just say that it was a dual thing, maybe he knows about that stuff, and that's just, and you let it slide.
He's not really
how
a
this
letting it
works.
slide kind of person, but yes, we can try that, certainly.
I don't know. I just learned this is a thing that firebenders do.
Yes, apparently the way to resolve things isn't talking, it's to burn yourself. I guess this is very healthy coping mechanism.
I mean, it gets it
Quan-
done quickly.
Kind of like raises her hand a little bit and eyes still closed says, "It is not how every problem is resolved. It is meant as a last resort and only for grave matters." And she lingers on the word grave when she says that.
I don't know.
So-
Maybe he'll understand.
It hasn't been that long. Do you think, Delight, that you could do damage control before the soldiers tell him and give your version?
Yes, I could go and speak to him. She looks like surprised that you would suggest this, as if it's like a really dumb plan. but she's like, no, you might be right. If I can speak to him first, then maybe he'll take me more seriously, rather than, sort of like a forgiveness, rather than hiding from sort of a thing.
Yeah, like if he's gonna know anyway, then if he knows from you, you can make it not sound quite as bad.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. Keep an eye on Quan, and make sure everything is okay here, and I will go and try and find him before they do. Quan, but feel better. Like Delight
You
trying
want
to be
Gian with
reassuring.
you just in case? Because
I could always come as backup.
one of us. Yeah.
She looks between everyone and says I might have to say some things that don't come across great, and I think it's better if I do this myself.
Okay, but you know best about how your family works.
But the three of you try and figure out what we should be doing next, and I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay.
And she exits hastily, to try and cut off at the pass the soldier report, try and find her father first.
Okay.
Does she make it?
Well, here's the thing. I could just say no.
You
and I could just say yes.
No, you could just say yes, yeah.
I think let's make it interesting. Because I
love
think it's been
interesting.
some time, right? Like you've spent time getting Kwan up here and making sure that she's okay and talking about your plans. Meantime, those guards just went directly to Song.
Yeah, I mean, my hope is that my father is in some place that they're not expecting him to be, and it takes them a while to find him. You know what I mean? Like,
which is why I think you're going to need to push your luck.
Oh, I love
to get there before him.
Let's do it.
Before that.
I like the idea of the race to see if you make it first or not. So
that is roll plus passion.
Passion time. I fail because I fail.
No.
I fail because I fail every roll.
Okay.
It's kind of great though.
I think there's a nice like jump like side by side of like a couple of like pairs of boots like hustling down the various hallways and corridors, and you're in your regalia, right? So I think the boots look almost identical, so the viewer can't really tell who's who, and like what we think is a familiar pair of boots show up at the door, and the door opens,
I love that.
It is familiar. They're Delight's boots. Which opens up into Song's chamber as some of the soldiers that were downstairs turn to face you.
No!
with Song at his desk. Like, thank you for your diligence. And then he looks up, like, genuinely surprised to see you. Like, Delight. We were just talking about you.
And I was just coming to speak to you, actually, about what happened downstairs, she says vaguely.
Is Agent Kwan well?
I think she'll be fine. I think, though, there was a little bit of family drama that we weren't expecting when it came to the she looks to the soldiers like, how much am I supposed to say here with them, and then remembering that they were downstairs, like totally in all the secure areas, like they've got the security clearance, Delight says, with the firebender that was piloting the new technology, very impressive, by the way.
Yes, I'm glad that you saw it close up. I'm sorry that your introduction was cut short by such an unfortunate turn of events. I am pleased to hear that Kwan is in one piece, and he seems genuine about that. I would hate to lose such a valuable member of the family.
Agreed. She nods, like, well, member of his family. Okay, all right. That's a little more familial than previously.
Yeah, has he ever referred to me as being part of the family
never.
before? Okay.
Yeah.
I've always been like, help.
Yeah, you are like attached to the family. You are like family, but you're never referred to as family.
Yeah. And I think Delight continues with, did you know that the firebender was her brother, I think?
I wasn't. The Fire Nation sent, well, our liaisons to the Fire Nation told us they were sending good people, good volunteers, strong stock. I believe I had spoken with this Han once or twice. We never had need to give family names, or if it came up,
Well,
he never presented one.
well, one way or another, a little bit unavoidable when it comes to unknowns. There was an incident. Obviously, you've heard already. She like gestures to the soldiers, and one of the suits has been somewhat damaged. Justice was saying that they can probably do something about that, but I don't know the details quite yet. I thought it would be prudent to come and tell you personally so that you didn't have to chase after me. And that we could just get it all sorted here and now.
Yes. I'm glad to see you taking more responsibility than in previous years. It's been some time, but I'm glad that you're here with us now. But perhaps you can help enlighten me on the nature of this incident. These fine individuals informed me that there was some sort of explosion, but not the cause. Given that you were in the room when it happened, I thought you might be able to provide more details on how
she nods.
it came
She
to
nods
be.
like, it was a firebender combat. The ritual that they do for arguments. She says as if he should like know what that is.
Yeah,
like,
he immediately like cuts you off like an Agni Kai.
Yeah, I think that was the name.
Do you know what the nature of this dispute was?
Um,
It is only invoked in the most grave of
I know that-
circumstances.
I know that Quan was upset enough to invoke it then. That's all that really matters.
Ooh. Quan. To my recollection, Han is the one who initiated it, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. So as
100% Han did, but that's
Han
funny.
did.
If
So as
you
a meta,
think
as
that.
as an out of game thing, then it's fine. Human memories are what they are, which means, do you want to pin this on Quan?
I
Or
mean,
do you want to tell the story as it was?
You know what? Like, I don't. Delight had to dive behind a desk and stuff. She doesn't remember, right? Like, if I've said
Great.
it, I've said it. You know.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah. So you that's what you end up telling. So a move doesn't need to be made, because if you as the character are like, oh, I genuinely don't remember. Like if it was like, yes, it was this person's fault, not this person, that would be a different story. But here he's just like, I see. That is disappointing. I will have to have words with Agent Quan about this.
You'll have to correct me. That's Quan. If you want to speak with her, she's recovering right now. I took her to my room. I wasn't sure where to bring her.
They're what am I looking for? They're herbalists and doctors on hand. Surely you could have. No matter.
She's
I
like,
will speak with her.
I was just moving quickly.
Right. And I think he like at this point he gets up. The guards have like given you a full berth where they're in the background. They're just standing at attention at the door doing the like mafia, like the military hands behind back kind of idle pose.
Yeah.
They're like, we're staring straight ahead. We're hearing words, but they're probably not going in our ears. Maybe they are. You don't know. But he gets up from the desk and he sees the like, you're kind of getting pieces together, and he puts his hands on your shoulders and he's like, I apologize, Delight. I realize a great deal has happened in the last 2 weeks, and perhaps it is true what I have been told, that I am putting too much on you at once.
I think she sort of shakes her head a little, and says, "No, not too much. Just a lot, but I am more than capable of holding my own when necessary. And this is one of those situations. There's a lot to be apprised on and to learn. And I just want you to know that I want to make you proud of the family, of me, and that I'm doing my best."
He's been looking concerned, and I think as you're saying these things, he softens more than he already has, and so he still has his hands on your shoulders, and he's like, that is well. My daughter, I hope you know, if you are struggling, you don't need to hide from me. I am here for you. I know we have not... He looks away. We have not been close for some time, but I would like to make up for that lost time, if we still can.
All right, here goes. You've done it, Simon. It's coming.
Oh yeah.
Delight.
The Vaderification.
No, actually, not even. It's here goes. So Delight raises her eyes to meet her father's.
Yeah.
This I want to be happy. I want to help you. All this nice sort of supportive, kind dad stuff that he basically hasn't done her whole life
for years.
For years, exactly. While she's been sort of rebelling against him. Now she knows everything, and it's there's a lot of stuff going on. I think Delight hugs him.
Yeah.
And arms around his waist and says, "I have to tell you a whole bunch of things that I hope you understand, and that maybe we can solve them together and things can be different." She says, almost crying.
Yeah. And you hug him and he starts crying before you can even say anything. Because this is the most affection you have shown him, and he in turn the most that he has shown you since you were a child. Maybe we have some flashbacks to some happy memories, and then something changes. You get to a certain age and it's you need to grow out of this. You're not a kid anymore. You're 13 or whatever. Now you need to start thinking seriously about things. And as the years go on, that gets further and further. And you're I have to tell you things. And so he is he's got the tears kind of gently running down the sides of his face. And he's trying to speak through them. Of course, you can tell me anything. I never wanted for us to be apart. Delight, you must remember, a family looks out for each other. And unless you want to go with that, do you want to keep going with this scene?
I mean, I'm okay to cut away and see what other people are doing for a little while. I need to think about what I'm exactly gonna say here.
Yeah, okay.
There's emotions to process,
Yeah.
So I'm happy to cut away. Yeah.
Then let's give you a moment to think about that, and we'll come back and we'll resolve that moment, because it's a hell of a story to be. Back in the room, what are the rest of you doing at this time?
I'm laying
Quan
there.
is relaxing.
Quan is
I mean,
relaxing.
Quan will be recovered soon enough. They're having time
Yeah.
to relax.
Yeah.
I guess I've been talking to Jean of like more of the plans that we had. So we already got this. We need to confirm with Justice about the shipping things or wherever the shipping things. Once we have those, I think everything will fall into place.
Yeah, then we know. Once we know what we're disrupting, we'll be able to work out how to disrupt it. And we know now where the suits are. We know to get there. The only problem is all the people in the way.
You could go under the people, right? You're Earthbender.
I could try going under the people. That's kind of tough, though. That's not really something we've trained in, but if ever there's a time.
I mean, usually, like if you, this is very complicated, but yeah, I think hopefully we'll, as soon as Delight gets back, we could tell her more about all the plans that we have and get it all kind of like, I know that Quan is resting, and something's been itching in the back of Cheese Mind though, and I just kind of like but look at Quan and then like super whisper to John. I'm like, John, did you hear right about what they were talking about when they were doing that Ao Nikai?
I mean, maybe I heard it wrong, but did they say he killed their sister?
Yeah, so I didn't hear that wrong.
Yeah, that's what I thought they said too.
Do I hear them?
I was gonna say.
Yeah. Oh, 100%.
Okay.
The furtive whispering. While
You are a
Quan is-
spy. You are trained to listen to this
Okay.
stuff. Like,
I'm hearing them whisper. I love the juxtaposition. I love the idea. It's very anime to have like two people whispering and being like, I can hear you.
right.
How are you feeling?
Horrible. But if you have questions, I have answers. But on your plan, there's one thing we're missing. How does Li Jiang fit into this all?
I guess I don't know exactly. We know that he's using the Rupee Jasmine. Maybe he doesn't even know about the rest of it.
Did I overhear the conversation that he had with Delight? Because I was following them, keeping an eye. But maybe I didn't hear. I just saw the conversation, and they were being very cordial.
I think we all heard that conversation
That
Yeah,
sounds
I think
right.
so. I
Yeah.
think so.
at the party.
I think he knows more.
Knows that they're providing the things to destroy this nation?
Anyone who isn't working for the Earth Kingdom.
Well, just scratches she just scratches his head and just like, this is just a lot deeper than I thought it was gonna be, because there's a lot of conflict. We should we know that your friends know that they're having weapons being brought over, so some people do know, but who else can we tell, like, in power? Like, I feel like they can't all know.
Perhaps they don't all know, but there were words that Li Zhang said that did not set well with me. He mentioned the flames of change.
You're right. That makes it sound
Right.
like he is part of this.
You're right. Those strange words were said.
How high does it go? All the way to the Earth King? Is anyone on the Earth Kingdom's side?
That is a question I don't have an answer for.
The best lead we have at the moment is the Minister of Agriculture isn't completely on their side. Guess it's a starting point. There are some people that actually care. We just gotta keep fighting them until we stop them all, or we don't. And maybe if we
Yes.
can get the whole city to know the truth, that could be enough to make the difference.
I think we're moving in the right direction, but I will tell you, we have gotten ourselves farther than we probably should have. It will be dangerous. And if Han is involved, well... She just looks sad, and kind of sits up a little bit, and looks to Chi and says, "You are curious about my brother. What is it that you want to know?"
I mean, it's not. Oh, hold on. Oh yes, my mic is on. It's not so much that I'm curious about your brothers. Is this why you've been such in a bad mood these past like day or two? Did you? I don't know. Did you like? This
didn't-
is
You didn't even know he was here, right?
No, I did not know he was here. I have not seen my brother in probably over 4 decades.
I mean, I've been kind of curious why somebody who, of course, is a firebender is at the Earth Nation. I mean, it's not unheard of, but you know, in these kind of times, it's. I mean, I just Chi reaches out his hand and taps and be like, "Curiosity doesn't mean you owe me a story."
I understand. But you're risking your lives. She looks at both of you in very seriousness about that there's a chance you might not survive whatever we're doing. So if there are lingering questions, I would rather have you not questioning them in moments of dire necessity.
I trust you. Definitely over him.
Yeah.
You wonder why Fire Nation is here, and I'm certain many wonder this about me. My family is not one of power. We have always been servants of others, even in the Fire Nation. We scrambled to get what we could. But my brother, he always aspired to more. He was always pretending that he was not who he was, hiding where he came from. And I suppose that brought him to where he wanted to be. He was offered something, and I don't blame him for taking it. But how he took it, that is what worries me. They wanted to know that he was willing to do whatever it took to be part of their organization. And with that, I fear our youngest sister, Diogenia, well, she paid the price. And I was but a young child, not even a decade old. I felt powerless. The rest of our family, well, we were sent off to other nobles, working for the Chen family. That was our way to continue on and not have to remember what happened. Live a new life.
What does it mean now that you've beaten him?
Well, if he truly thinks I've won, it should be a visible change. Normally, when one loses, they'll shave their hair so you can see the scar upon them more clearly. But I don't know if he will wear the shame. And honor our Agni Kai that he proposed himself. Nor do I really care. I should not have done what I did either. Anger fueled me. It has not made me feel better.
Well, I guess on the plus side, you did destroy one of those things and probably saved a lot of people.
But there are still many more. I'm not certain how we can destroy that factory.
I can think of a few ways.
Oh?
Just depends on how much time we get.
What are you proposing?
I mean, if it's not made of Earth, it's still built on Earth.
Are you thinking collapsing it?
That's one way. I could try and bring it down on top of itself. We could try making a hole under it. There's all sorts of things we can do.
That gives me an idea.
Oh?
There are others that believe in our cause. Other earthbenders. Perhaps they can assist you in this endeavor, Jian.
If anyone knows about tunneling, it'll be the, what were they called?
The Bajamol
The
Society.
Bajamol Society. Wherever you need to go, they can probably undermine. I think that's the way. If we can find them again.
Yeah.
We lost them one time.
I will be fine resting here. I think you two should go. Speak to them. I will fill in Delight when she arrives.
Okay, sounds like a plan.
All right.
Speaking of delight,
Deal with is a grim statement.
yeah,
So I think
go for it.
I think, Simon, that off camera, like
Yes.
while this scene has been moving forward, while this other scene has been happening, the Delight has basically told Song Chen everything.
Oh, like everything.
Yeah, that has been happening. Anything that they've done up to this point, but it has been in a way to try and like appeal to his sympathy to like stop, you know, and like that it's not too late to like be on the right side of this, and everything, and even that Justice is like working with her and like everything, you know,
The
just
whole
like
shebang.
yeah, she just like in a torrent of emotion gives it all away.
Great. Fabulous.
So they're probably like, when the scene comes back in, they're probably like, you know, sitting apart, or like there's
It's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Like you're on like couches or something like that, and you're in the office. Just sort of like looking at each other. Like, so what do you think?
Yeah, and I feel like Delight, like it comes back in on Delight being like, and it's not too late for you to stop doing this. We can work to better the Earth Kingdom. You know, like if we can make these kinds of creations, then we could put that to work on our side, you know, and things like that.
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah, she leaves
you had your moment of
she
balance-
leaves absolutely nothing out.
yeah.
And I
If
do
you
not
had
have
your
my
moment
moment
of balance,
of
this would be the
balance,
perfect time to use it.
and I am not balanced anyway, so
That's fine. I think in this case, this is a plead.
I think it is. Yeah.
He cares so much about what you think right now that like maybe you can get through to him, even though you're like,
Oh
listen,
my
everything I've
God.
been doing.
Of course, it's Harmony.
It's harmony.
All right, here we go.
Do you want to live up to your principle of tradition?
Are you out
I
of
dis-
balance at the moment? I thought you were
Oh
on
my
balance.
gosh.
Just your center was way off.
No, my center is like, yeah, I'm not on balance, and I don't have my moment of balance anyway.
Have some frankincense
Yeah.
for
This
luck.
is great
But
though.
you could live up to tradition.
No.
Yeah. 3.
Oh my gosh. I'm
What have
for
your
this.
dice
This is the
been
dark
today?
side. This is when Delight becomes what's the opposite of delight?
Despair.
Despair.
Despair. Yeah. It has to be a D
Horror,
word.
maybe.
Well, okay, so did you want to live up to your principle in that
Even
moment,
if
or
I
just
do,
go with it?
even if I do, Simon, I
Yeah.
don't make it. So the dice roll is the dice roll,
Okay.
and I'm gonna let it. I'm gonna let it.
We're gonna let it
roll.
ride
We'll
with
let
what
it
it is.
ride.
Yes.
Okay.
You know what? You did tell Bentham that if he did this, it would go the opposite way. I love it.
Yeah. So you're
It's like Elf's characters always end this way, and I'm for it. It's like the RNGesus knows.
I love evil.
And it loves you apparently.
yeah. So you are talking this whole spiel. He's listening with rapt attention.
And she gives
And-
everything away. Like Commander Chen is still alive. Like the Badger Moles are led by this person. You know,
Yep.
like Justice is working with your enemies. Like that kind of stuff. Like all of it.
Yeah.
In
Okay.
a hope that bald naked truth will bring him around to our side.
Yeah. And I think what happens is, in the light of like you've been turning back towards the family after years of pushing away from them, all of a sudden you're on board and you're trying to make up for things, and you're being nice and you're being honest, and also not honest, and now you're like putting all the cards on the table. They're like, hey, I've been screwing over this whole plan, but in the name of something good, please, can you listen to reason? I think it's too much for him. That like the softness that's been there, like his lip quivers in that kind of like anime twitch, and he like very calmly like curls his hand that's at his side into a fist, and he says like, Delight, I had thought things were different, and now you tell me that you've been undermining the family behind my back? And he like, I think, stands up, like trying to intimidate you, looming over you, and like the tears that he had sort of like dried like begin again, just one, and he's like, I trusted you. A family is built on trust. What do you do?
I think Delight is, this wasn't the response she was hoping for.
It's not going well.
Not going great. I think her response is like, and I want you to be able to trust me. I want you to be, on my side. I want you to listen to what I have to say and what needs to be done for the good of everyone. And sort of like mimics almost the like talking points of like, the good of everyone, but like from her side of things, of like her opinion of what's the best for everybody. And she stands as well. Not wanting to be like loomed over, and like stares defiantly like back up at him, like, I'm mad now. And says, oh my God. All I want is your approval. It's all I've ever wanted.
Yeah. Zoinks. Are you calling him out?
Yeah, it might be. That might be a call out. Like
to take action in line with his principle.
Yeah, why not? Why not? I think his principle is probably something like family. Like this is if I had to guess.
You're not wrong. When I drafted him up, I was like, what does this guy believe in? It's tradition.
Yeah, tradition.
Is his principle? Surprise, surprise, your father believes in tradition. Yeah, so you're calling in like, this is tradition, like, I need you to trust me.
Yeah, this is a call out that's like, it's one of those like, we just had a moment where everything was like good and tender, and I told you everything in a moment of like weakness,
Yeah.
that we could be, together or what have you. And now she's gonna try and like, get him to notice that the like, we trust me thing. Oh, and Maggie, it's not over yet. Don't worry. It's plenty of shit can go wrong here.
All right.
And I think.
And part of trust is always compromise. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
All right.
Like, part of this probably is also like, our family wasn't always like this. Like, this is too far. I think to that extent, you're gonna shift your balance away from center. So if it's already away from center, it's gonna go in the direction it's moving.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So your balance goes towards progress, I guess. Yeah.
It does. Yeah.
Which makes sense here. This is like, we're doing things a little differently. And you're gonna roll with his principle. Now, as a major NPC, his principle track can go from 0 up to +3. It's assumed most of the time NPCs' balance tracks are at like 0 most of the time, because they're whatever. They're kind of in line. I think at this point, Song is like way off the charts.
Way over.
Song
yeah.
has to be at like a +3, and it like if he shifted his balance one further, he would lose his
Yeah.
balance.
Yeah.
I think he's at +3 tradition
Okay. All right.
this whole time, like especially in light of everything and all the stress.
So
So,
I-
go ahead and
so
roll
I-
that +3
I roll with +3, like his
with
his,
whatever his balance is, which is +3.
All right.
Yep.
Uh,
And the more you believe in something, the harder it is to resist its pull, basically.
14.
Ooh. Dang.
Yeah. So this moment, right? Tell us like how you basically silence him effectively.
So I think Delight is like, like all I've ever wanted is your approval,
Yes.
and then says like, you've never trusted me until now. You've always kept things from me until now, and now that I know, you're not listening to me. Like, what is the point of me being here if I have no voice?
Yeah. And it is just staggering. That echoes. The room is not small, but it's also like it like bounces off the walls. It hangs there in that kind of cinematic way. And his like rage, I think, becomes clarity. Like where his eyes were starting to like kind of smolder, like metaphorically, just kind of like snap open. And it's like he's been hit with a rush of cold water, like completely sobering. And he looks at you and he breaks eye contact. He cannot look at you. And he looks down at his hands that are fists and opens them and is like trembling, looking at them, and like, I have become the thing I said I would not. I've spent all this time building a legacy. My father's legacy, my grandfather's legacy, my great-grandfather's legacy. We have built this city brick by brick. I've lost sight of the people within it. I've lost sight of my own family. What do you do?
Yeah, I think Delight says it's not too late to fix it. It's not. We can do something about this. And she like, goes to like embrace him in that moment of like reassurance.
Great. He does not return it because he's just so lost in the sauce. Like his hands are still out
Yeah.
and shaking as he's like looking past you. And he's looking at the opposite end, like hanging over the door is this giant Sumie ink painting of like the history of Ba Sing Se, but like from the Chen's perspective, where it's like all of these laborers like digging in the earth or earth bending their like the stones out and then building the foundations of walls, and like various like Chen family members painted in like stark relief, like very flatteringly. And it goes on, right? It's like a wraparound tapestry almost. And there's him, and there's space for further family members to kind of be added to this thing. And he's just like looking, it's a panning shot of the whole thing as he's looking back at this.
And I think while Delight is like, while this is happening, and he's like, he's sort of stunned looking, and
Right.
Delight is like hugging him. She
Yeah.
says like, I just want to be proud of what we make. You know, I just want to be proud of the family.
Proud of the family. I felt that once. Perhaps we can find that again. Together. I believe it is time we had a long talk with Minister Li Jing. We cut
Yeah.
to Chi and Jian. What you doing?
I mean, I guess we're looking for the Badgermill Society.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
How would you go
I'm
about trying to
excited.
do that?
Probably we'd first go to the place we met them last.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you
Find
go
some
down
other
to
way. I imagine probably like the way's been blasted open by.
yeah, you get we cut to that, and you go like down the passageway, and it's just been collapsed. It's all rubble.
Have to find another way in. Makes sense they'd block it.
You have to do the thing where you like feel the ground. Like, what's her name?
A seismic sense.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it's a possibility.
Like, can I try it? I don't know. I guess it's a thing I might be able to.
You're an earthbender.
Oh.
Yeah, this is. Go ahead and rely on your
Yeah, I'm
skills and
like,
training.
you're an earthbender. He
I-
just starts taking his boots off. She's like, what are your... She's like, what is he doing?
I mean,
Yeah.
most earthbenders can't
Ew.
do it, but you never know.
You can try.
Was it relying skills and training?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Don't
Cool.
have any conditions
glad
you're
in
down
the
with
way
it.
of that.
Yeah. With focus.
I love her character so much in the series. She's so cool.
8.
Ooh.
You do it imperfectly. So I will tell you how your approach
Makes
might
sense.
lead to unexpected consequences, accept them, or mark a fatigue.
He has to be
Um,
10 to be a real success, so I can't push him to.
Yeah, we wouldn't
No,
be able to.
Yeah,
a
darn
person
it.
wouldn't-
That makes sense because you're not an you're not an earthbender.
Right.
So.
Like this is the
If you
first
put
time you've
ground
done
on your
anything like
head.
this. I think the unexpected consequence is you reach out, right? And so what we see is like you go barefoot on these stairs, and you like there's like a close up on like pebbles like vibrating, and then it cuts down like
And, like,
one of those kind of
there's this
tracking
trick
shots
I-
that goes.
There's this trick I heard about once.
Yeah, perfect. So it's this like moment of concentration as you're extending your senses for the first time. We like pan down slowly through the earth itself until we see just like open caves and vibrations, and we see like people burrowing and people moving and hear voices and things like that. It's very faint. I think you can find them, but they are not alone. Like you feel the vibrations of like this is what burrowing feels like, but it feels like they are also like dealing with something else.
Oh,
I think I know where they are, but they might be in trouble. We need to hurry.
all right. If you kind of point out, okay, so can I do a? All right then, if that's what you say, here's the plan. Let's do this now.
I'm
Can
down.
I do? Would that make sense?
Well, you have a vague idea of where these people are. You have no idea what they're dealing with.
Nah, if it doesn't make
I
no,
feel
actually
like
no,
it's-
it doesn't make sense.
It might
doesn't
make
Not
sense
quite.
once you find out.
Maybe
what
when you
happened.
yeah,
have
once
more
we find
context,
out. I
yeah.
feel like then yeah, if it looked like if she's like, yeah, okay, I don't know what you did, but I'm gonna trust you, Gian. And all right, if you say go, like let's go, fastest route.
Great. So you get your shoes back on. You can still kind of feel the vibrations through them here and there, and so you're like trying to piece it together, like what's going on? Where are we going? And so we have this kind of sequence of you stumbling through the streets, looking for various entrances. Finally, find your way down. Like there's a construction site. I think like something's being excavated, like a house is being like raised up a level, so there's lower space in the earth you can climb
that's
down
totally
into,
an
and there's like,
Earthbender thing. Is like, I need a new floor. Let's just lift it.
let's just lift it, right? Like, hey, get out of there. So a bunch of people like are trying to do their work, and you find your way through some side like earth and tunnels down to a new part of these caves. As you get closer, you hear the sounds of like grinding machinery and like kind of rumbling, like grong, 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 grong.
That's not earthbending.
And you see, when you kind of make your way through this tunnel, there are a couple of badger moles who have been burrowing. They're like hunched up behind some rocks, and they are on this kind of like cliff side over a tunnel, a bigger, much bigger underground tunnel that has some metal wagons, like Fire Nation tanks, but not tanks. You know, they look like little APCs. Just kind of moving along.
So are the badger moles like just ahead of us? Can we get to them?
They're just ahead of you. They haven't noticed you. They're like entirely focused on trying to figure out like what they're gonna do.
I'm gonna kind of sneak up behind them, but then like once I'm close enough that I'm not gonna be heard by anyone else, like further away, I'm like, friendly's approaching.
There's a like, two of them like whip around, and they're about to like they drop into their like
I
badger.
raise hands. I'm like, it's
fighting
all right. I'm on
pose.
your side. I know your
Right.
I know your commander, and I'd say his name. I can't remember his first name, but I say the name of the commander.
Yun, right? Yeah,
I
one of
know your
them.
commander, Yun Chen.
Yeah, one of them turned like the familiar voice is like, it's all right, and Yun pulls back the mask from the badger helmet type deal, and it's like, stand down, soldiers, and looks back at you like, good to see you in one piece.
Same to you. After things got interrupted last time, we've got a more solid plan that we need your help with, but it looks like you've got something else more pressing.
We might have the same idea.
Where did those things come from?
We don't know. It looks like they burrowed through. They've got some sort of device that's able to replicate what we do. And you see the front of like these things have these big drills, like big metal drills on the nose cones of them. And they just whir up and chew through the earth like it's nothing.
Well, we can help you stop them. And once we're done with
That's
that,
the
we've
plan.
got something for you to help with. There's a factory inside the city that's building weapons and machines to help the Fire Nation. We think we can undermine it, bring the whole thing down.
I'd bet anything that these probably are carrying whatever that stuff you're talking about is. The last time we spoke, we did a little bit of looking, and we suspect that this is connected to some of these supply lines that they're moving.
I'm gonna look over to Chi and be like, This is how they're moving it.
Why do we then? Oh, if this is how they're moving it with my outlaw sense, could I like maybe think of a? No, I guess it doesn't matter.
No, go tell me what you were thinking.
I was thinking because the outlaw. Would I then well, no, because it doesn't apply. I'll just because I had an idea, but then I lost it. Why do we need to destroy them? Couldn't we just take them over and use them for ourselves?
I suppose we could. If they
That's
can dig
the way-
tunnels, we can use them to destroy the factory. We can just... Two birds, one stone. That sounds like a plan.
The only way we're going to be able to get close to them is if we're undetected. How's your bending, soldier?
I haven't learned everything, but I can work things out.
So the Yun kind of looks you up and down, looks back. It's like, you don't have much time. Let me see if I can show you some basics. And slams the two Badger Fists gauntlets that he has together, and it's like, it'll be hard without tools, but here's a bit of Badger style. And he's going to take a moment to teach you some basic burrowing, this basic burrowing technique. So these things are they're not directly below, they're approaching. So it's not oh my god, we have to go right now. It's we're on this cliff, we have this good sight line, we can see these things they just bored through a cave wall on that side, they're coming this way. When they get here, we'll have to do something because they're going to keep going that way and probably burrow through the earth or take a tunnel or something like that over on the other side. So to narrative convenience, it's taking a few minutes to show you a technique is not the end of the world. It's not going to you're not going to obviously master it, but it's enough to be oh, that's how you guys do it. I guess I can kind of figure that out. While they're doing that demo,
I'm gonna go ahead and watch a little bit because it's not I can still see them from there. So maybe even just figuring out how to. I'm gonna go ahead and set up a plan as quick as I can in my head because I have I'm gonna count. There's there's 1, 2, 3, 4 earthbenders and 1 non-bender.
Mm-hmm.
We can do this if we do X, Y, Z, and maybe if I distraction.
Yeah, I think there's 2 things we can do here. One is a move to figure out what you can determine while watching, and then you'll work the plan out, and we'll see how that goes.
Okay.
So what are you looking for as you assess the situation? Are you
how close they are to something that can be tunneled in?
Mm-hmm.
How if there are any latches that I can see for people to get into?
Mm-hmm.
And if there are anybody outside guarding.
Okay.
Those things. If I can see if there's well, I guess it would be outside environment and whether or not this has a latch.
Yeah, okay. So this is a general assess. I was trying to suss out whether this is a skills and training for specific insights. I'm using my wilderness training to figure out this thing about the rock face,
I feel like this is more outlaw because this is something that they're using equipment to get things done.
Right. They're smuggling stuff. How are they doing it? But I think the answers we're going to get from assess are going to do what you want it to do. So go ahead and roll with your creativity.
Okay. And boop. Hey, mixed success.
Okay.
Can I turn that into a 10?
You could. As you step back from assistance and you're the two of you are kind of looking out and trying to figure out what's going on, right? So
I'll
spend a
just-
fatigue.
Yeah, I imagine that like in amongst it, we're keeping an eye out, and I note a couple extra things I notice about it that are like
Yeah.
Earthbender specific.
Right. Yeah. So go ahead and you get 2 questions from the list. So we're looking for like ways to get into the tanks, right?
Yeah, ways to get into the tank.
So what here can I use to get into the thing, right? Or yeah, there are handholds on the sides that let you get up into them. And then these things have hatches on the top, which have very conveniently located handles. It looks like if you could get them from the sides, these things seem to only have viewports in the front. They have really bad peripheral vision. They're for digging. They're relying on outside people to kind of like occasionally you'll see someone drops the back of this thing. If you've played Warhammer 40,000 and you're familiar with what a rhino looks like, I think they're kind of like rhinos.
I have one.
They're these little chubby little tanks. They're shaped kind of like a rhombus. That have a drill on the front, and then they have a hatch that drops down in the back. And they're big enough to fit like 2 or 3 people in them. Presumably a pilot and somebody else, like a gunner, quote unquote. So the hatch will drop down. They'll stop like, hey, we just bumped up against something. Like there's a big rock that obstructs our vision. So the hatch bangs down. Someone comes out and like goes around this, like waves them around, like you're good, like turn this way, and redirects and then gets back in. So they have really horrible peripheral vision. You can get up onto the sides there and then you yank the hatch up on the top, which looks like a gunner port, and jump in that way. The hatch on the inside seems to be controlled internally.
Yeah,
so
I know.
That's one thing.
So there isn't any guards though on the outside. That would be the second question I would have.
Like, what should I be on the lookout for? Or
yeah,
I think there are actually. So like there's like a handful of people on the outside who are just generally keeping an eye on things. But they coordinate with the people on the inside. Oh, you know what it is? So these are tanks that are Fire Nation design, these Fire Nation burrowing machines. They have earthbenders with them. So the earthbenders work with the soldiers to clear obstructions or keep an eye on things. And I think the other thing you notice about this whole situation is like these are soldiers. These are Fire Nation soldiers, straight up. But the people with them are Chen family affiliated because they're wearing the black and gold dark armor that we've seen in the underground facility. That's what it's got to be. Cool. We came around to it.
Yeah.
You get +1 when acting on either of those bits of information, whether that's dealing with the guards or getting into the hatch. So what do you do?
All right. If we're gonna do this now, you guys can hit him from the side, and there has to be someone to distract the earthbenders.
Yep.
You guys can go ahead and man. I believe in myself of distraction. So you Ben or John, go ahead and give him the pep talk and be like, "You got this, buddy. I'll make sure they don't know you guys are here." It is time for me to shine.
It's time for you to shine.
We can do this.
Go ahead and roll with your creativity to work out your plan.
All right. Let's do this. Oh. With creativity. And there. Hey! Yay! It's a 9. Mixed
All right.
success.
I mean,
So you get one
I'm putting
hold.
myself in danger at this point, but I could make that a 10.
No. Just give it to yourself.
You have one hold, which you can spend while carrying out this plan to either aid someone and give them +1 to their roll, rally someone with invigorating words and make them inspired, or call out a warning and stop a condition or 1 fatigue that someone would have to mark.
By the way, Bonsai, I think Bentham wants to do it because he's got martyr complex.
That's true, as if I do build up enough.
It does help you if you want.
Well, yeah. If that's, I was just my plan because I cannot do anything. You guys, I'm like I can throw knives.
Oh yeah, he'll build it up on his own for sure. I'm just letting.
Those knives that'll
that's-
do a
that's
whole
why
lot
you're saying.
against a heavy metal burrowing machine. Yeah.
It's up to you. I'll be
I
good
mean,
either
it's
way.
no on it. Definitely, if you want to do that, I could. If you want this mortar, if you want to use it, I will not say no. I was just thinking, oh wait, I don't know if you want to just like and then collapse. So
That's
it's up
your
to
whole
you.
thing is living on the razor's edge. That's the.
Do you want to push yourself so I could as potentially like run by 2? Good job. Gotta keep
Yeah, go
going.
on, we'll push it. I'll take the fatigue.
All right.
All right, you have 2 hold now.
Oh
Great.
2
shit.
holds.
I'm at 3
So which makes
fatigue.
sense because you're a soldier, right? And so I think there's a moment where Yun's like, "Oh, that makes sense. Good. What do you think, soldier?" And turns to you of like, "You're the authority now." And we get some John tactical advice, which is like surprisingly sound, right?
Yeah, like it makes sense if G can get their attention, could draw away maybe even the whole group, and without anyone outside, those vehicles become more of a problem than they are a help for the people inside.
That's a good eye, soldier. And so Yun's like, "All right, on 3, we go."
And then as soon as he says 2, I will go. Not even with the count.
1, 2, pa-chung! She is off like a shot. Little Looney Tunes Roadrunner smoke cloud.
How I'm going to position myself with this? Do you mind me narrating?
Please.
How I'm going to do this?
I'd love to.
I will somehow figure out a way. I think I could do it. I could just like kind of wall run and then land on the most middle tank, or it like close onto a tank, onto top of a tank.
Yep.
And then I'll be like, I'll just be like just as much attention, loud thunk as possible to there. And I say, look at this. You call yourself Earth Nations and you're working with the enemy right here as we speak.
Right. You
Just like calling them out.
Yeah, you have the advantage of being hidden from above. You like slide your way down the side of the rock face in that classic, anime kind of style, tumble roll, scramble your way up the handholds, and before anyone can kind of recognize like there's someone here, you just jump up and you're like, "Hey, look at me." All the earthbenders on the outside, there's like 4 or 5 of them, just whip around like, "What the?" And someone on the you hear a voice from the inside of the tank like, "Who's up there? What's going on?" All eyes are on you, and that's probably where we're gonna cut to break.
Oh man, I did not realize it's break time already.
That's flying.
Going
It
too
is, it is.
fast.
All right, we'll go for a break for about 8 minutes. Go grab a snack and all that kind of thing. We'll be back for the second half very soon. See you then. Hello and welcome back to Roll for Avatar Legends RPG. It's episode 6, the finale, part 2. It's the final part of the final part.
Oh no.
It's all coming together now.
That's right.
I know people are like, it's already been 2 hours and so much has happened. What else can happen in another 2 hours?
Yeah.
Well, let us
You'd be
tell you.
surprised.
Yeah.
All kinds of stuff.
All of us will be surprised. So where we cut away before we went to commercial was she running up onto top of this Fire Nation mole APC thing.
Mole rhino.
Mole rhino.
No, rhino.
Rhino mole sounds like an Avatar animal.
Yeah,
100%. And also a
100%
horrifying
rhino mole
thing.
is a thing, yeah.
Yeah. Which half is the rhino and which is the mole?
Is its horn
If a
like
rhino
a
mole
I
giant
think the
Prince.
rhino would have to be the first part, like the drill, yeah. Like it's
Mhm.
it's like a drill horn.
Could it
Yeah.
be a mole with like rhino skin and extra horns?
We
It's
got to
usually
get
like
Nintendo
half
on the
and
horn
half.
because I feel like we're inventing a new Pokemon here.
There you go.
I think it's the rhino head and then the mole body for the
Yeah,
dude.
just
Ah.
double duty. Yeah. However, that abomination works out. This abomination is made of metal and looks like a tank. And she's on top of it, and she is like, "You call yourselves members of the Earth Kingdom, and you're working with the enemy." Blah 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 blah. Right?
Yeah.
All the Earthbenders who are in Chen family colors, just look up at you. Like one of them is like, "How did you get up?" And another one is like, "Where did you come from?" And the third one is like, "Get him!" And so like, stop asking questions. And they just boom, whoosh, just start launching debris at you. What do you do, Chi?
I will run around in circles because they can't hit. I'm gonna bob and weave,
Yeah.
you know, and then also send Susu to like go the other way and like bite them.
Yes, you want to like
Go.
confuse and trick them,
Confuse.
and yeah.
Just
I
have
feel like
them-
you're because there's a lot of risk here in
Yes.
getting hit by debris. I think this is pushing your luck.
Yes.
But that means because you have Susu and Susu is helping, you can push your luck with creativity instead of passion.
Okay, let's do it. Oh,
And you mark a
Aw,
fatigue for doing
Best
that.
friend.
best friend. I don't know why that I clicked the button for that, but it
Well,
just
now
said best
the-
friend.
If that shows up on the stream, everyone can see what your ability does.
Oh, there you go. If you guys wanted to read really quick, pause the screen. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
gonna mark a fatigue, and then go with my creativity instead, and then boom,
Yep.
mixed success.
Okay, which makes sense, right? You're running around in circles around this tank. You're only so fast. You're not like super fast.
No, I'm not super fast.
You're
but-
bobbing and weaving and trying not to get hit, but you are confusing them. It is going to cost you to scrape by. I will tell you what it costs you. I think what it costs you is like you are gonna get hit. There's just so much stuff at this point, and you are gonna have to mark a condition
Okay.
as a result.
Condition time.
Like one of them gets you like squarely with a rock that like knocks you back a little bit, like but on the plus side, they are entirely focused on you.
I think I will say foolish because this is a really dumb idea.
It's wild. It's somehow working, right? The gunner ports on these things pop open, and two firebenders, one for each of these APCs, pops out and is looking around for you. They're in their positions, like ready to launch something. Like, where what's going on? Like they're trying to get a sense of what's happening because they can't see anything in these. These are not meant for moving troops. These are meant for moving Earth. There's a crew in there because they have to have one. So they're looking around. Chi is stunned briefly. Gian, what do you do?
I imagine we'll be like, go, 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 and we'll start enacting our part of the plan, which I imagine is run in there and do some combined moves to probably try and like flip over at least one of them.
Oh, like
And just,
burrow and like whoosh,
Yeah,
tip
or
'em.
just like, the whole group, like pushing up the earth on one side so the thing just goes onto its back.
Go ahead and I think you're relying on your skills and training to pull this off.
All right,
Because you're a military unit. This is where you strive and thrive.
yep, this is perfect. It's what he trained for.
Gee, you could have marked one of your 2 hold to not take that condition too, because of your plan.
I think I'm gonna save it.
Save it away
I'm gonna save it for in case.
in case this happens.
Oh.
6.
Yeah, you can make that a success.
You can spend a hold to aid.
I will spend a hold to make that a success. So
Okay,
I got
how
one
do
more.
you help as Gian and the Badger Moles like burrow up and like try and flip these tanks?
Well, the simple answer would be that I would just kind of, at the same time, I'd be running by and the Earthbenders would be like, gosh darn it. And they're also accidentally flipping their own tanks over. So that's how.
Ah, nice. Yeah. You accidentally get them to enhance their attack for sure. Cool. The unexpected consequences are gonna be that who
I imagine that as like we're starting to lift one and it's like almost there, and we're like just a little bit more, and then she like jumps on the tank, so then one of their guys throws something, and then she just jumps
right.
jumps away, and it just hits the tank and gives it a last little push.
Yeah, I think the unexpected consequence is that the benders that are in there, I think they're shots are going to go off, so you're going to take some returning fire. Do you want to take that consequence or mark a fatigue to avoid it somehow?
I couldn't spend my other hold to make it so they don't have that condition.
If a condition is the consequence,
Okay, yeah.
then yes, you could.
Oh wait, so I can. So I could just be like, nope, they get it successfully. I helped out so.
You were so distracting that the tanks are just like the shots go wild. Maybe you're doing like some dodges and rolls to draw the aggro.
I feel like that would be the good spends for my 2, just so we initially get. I'd be like, boom, boom, there you go. Ah.
Right, because John would otherwise be like in the line of fire, and so you managed to draw that fire away. These things go like flying backwards because you have this group of these badger moles who are very good at burrowing and earthbending. The tanks go flying backwards and just slam into some cave walls, and the benders on the ground, the Chen guards, like what? And they turn to face you and drop into fighting stances. What do you do?
To me,
whoever does a thing. You are probably the one who is like most able to act in this moment, because I think Chi is still caught up in trying to like
hop around,
distract. Yes.
okay, I'll reposition, ready to try and I can think counter anything they do, just get in their way, that kind of thing.
Okay. Let's quickly do an exchange for this, because they're probably gonna try and rush you. Basically, there's
So like
the drivers are kind of like taken out.
I'm feeling like a smash. Smash seems like a fun one.
Cool. So we're gonna advance an attack there, and I've chosen their approach. Chi, are you gonna do anything in this exchange or no?
Yes.
Okay. What are you gonna do?
I am going to retaliate because I'm trying to be distracting, and I'm in a position that I could just go from.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. So that's a defend and maneuver, and they are the other group. There's not a lot of them, and they're not particularly important. This is like 5 minor NPCs. So they're going to count as 1 tier higher, but depending on the fiction, it might not even matter. As an aside, I hope that one thing that's come across in this play is like, people don't have to fight until one side falls over. Sometimes the fiction means that combat just can no longer happen.
You can end up
Don't
talking
worry
your way
about
out of it or running away and that kind of thing.
Right, because like there's a burst of action, but then you can still talk your way through, or things change.
Which is very Avatar, that like they have a fight, but then there's an interruption of some kind.
Right, exactly. So Chi, you are the first to go because you're defending and maneuvering. They are advancing and attacking. So roll with your focus.
Let's do it. I can do it. Bah! Hey! I'm always mixed success. What the heck?
Okay, it's pretty good. It's almost like that's the result you're most likely to roll mathematically in the 2d6 system. So yeah, you get 1 technique, and it sounded like you were going to retaliate, right?
Yes.
So what does that look like as you prepare to return fire?
It mostly just like you just see like out of like just Chi stuff his hands into his shirt, and then just like just porcupine burst out with just random like just they're not even the same type of knives. They're just lots of knives that are just like different. Just like a collection. Some of them might look similar, some of them might not. Mostly just like not haphazardly aiming, but not to kill.
Yeah. Cool. So you drop into that. Gian, you're gonna try and advance an attack, so roll with your passion.
7.
Okay. You were getting 1 basic or master technique. You were gonna smash.
I think I want to smash. It feels like a neat thing to do in the moment, where like there's a cliff above us, there's a lot of earth moving going on. I think I'm gonna try and bring some rocks down from a wall to like block us off from the soldiers.
Okay.
Or
So
just
you're
like get in their way, just bog them down or cause them trouble somehow.
Yeah, bring down the rubble. Cool. Great. So you're going to do that. They are going to advance an attack. They get 2 techniques, 1 for being a group, and +1 for being a group. So like any NPC always gets 1 technique, and then a group, depending on its size, gets additional techniques to do things. So they're going to both strike and smash. So they were going to make like spikes to try and of stone to try and stop, like disincline you from trying to burrow towards them, just like surround themselves with this wall of spikes, and also fire a few of them off towards the group. And I think because Chi is the most obviously a threat, has been like dodging and weaving and like jumped up, they're like, you cut that out. Boom, boom. They start throwing these stone javelins, basically, towards you. So they are going to hammer you with their blows and force you to mark 2 fatigue.
Okay.
By marking a fatigue themselves. But each time a foe inflicts fatigue, you inflict a fatigue on them, because you retaliate with your knives.
Yeah.
And so they're like trying to, shoot, like some of their stuff gets knocked around. They're not expecting you to throw these knives out of nowhere, it seems. So ping, 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 ping. So they launch these javelins at you. They create this ring around them. Then Rockface collapses like around them, creating this barrier between you. So they have accidentally blocked themselves in by making this ring of spikes. Now there's a wall dividing them from you. So as this exchange clears up, you have a moment where you're free to kind of do what you want. What do you do? Because they need a moment to get themselves out of their defensive position if they want to chase after you.
I will go ahead and yell. Do you really think your life is worth fighting for the enemy?
Are you trying to convince them of anything, or just get them to back down?
I'm trying to convince them to just leave and look away from the just go. They're Earth Nation. Why are you fighting? Why are you maybe this isn't the right path? You know?
Do you really want to do this? Right.
Do you really want to do this?
That sounds like you're trying to intimidate them.
Yes.
Roll with your passion.
It's gonna be bad because I have a -2 to that.
Oh no!
Because I got
I believe.
You could flavor it and live up to your principle of.
I will flavor it and live up to my principle of confidence. I can confidently say that I don't think they want to do this. I don't want them to do this.
You still get the -2
Well, and also,
from the
like-
condition with that. Or is that...
Yes, you do take -2 because you're afraid.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I'm afraid. But then I have the confidence, so that's
Yep.
-1 because confidence is plus.
+1.
Yeah, so I
Yeah,
still have
so
a
it's
-1.
It's a -1, yeah. Which is better than a
Yeah.
-2.
Yes, much better than -2. Ah,
Oh.
okay. Ow.
Okay.
No.
So you mark a fatigue for trying to do that. And it's not just hey, back off, but also if it's confidence, I think there's probably some element of do you know who I am?
Do you know?
I'm Chi.
I'm no, I don't know. Wow.
I gave you a fun nickname and I don't remember what it was, and I'm so sorry about that. I think
Oh,
Ron Rui had heard about you. It's you're the thief of the East or something like that.
Oh yeah, the smuggler of the, or something like that. I remember
Of the
you saying
coast.
something.
Something
the-
cool, right?
Yeah.
So they're I'm
That's
Chi.
something cool.
I have a rep. You should.
I have a rep. Don't you know who I am?
Right.
No, they don't.
um, yeah, I think they what they are is we can't. I don't care who you are. We're still gonna take you down. And then someone in the background is we can't do that. We gotta just leave them. The tanks are the transports are ruined. We have to get back to base. Before ... and you hear earth crumbling and you see them start to scatter. What do you do?
Oh, it's that thing where we failed, but the thing still works. If the transports are here, I'm gonna try and secure them and steal them.
Okay. So I presume you pull the earth to kind of flip them back on their fronts, right? Because they've gone kush 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 and slammed against the sides. So you pull them back. Inside there are a pair of very groggy Fire Nation soldiers who are practically unconscious because they've been inside a tank that's been thrown
Rolled.
against a wall.
Ooh,
Oof.
yeah.
Yeah. But this is Avatar, so they're fine. They're just
Yeah.
a little banged up and not a pile of goo like they probably would be in the real world.
Yeah, they're fine.
They're fine.
Imagine we tie them up and
Yeah, just leave them in the cave
Like the
somewhere.
Scooby Doo, just tie 'em
Yeah.
up
we
and
check
leave
the
'em.
tanks and we check are they do they have a power source or are they firebender powered?
Oh,
Well, these machines, I think my impression, it's been some time, of the interior of a lot of these Fire Nation devices is some of them are coal powered, but they are still machines. So I think these devices can be used without needing to bend.
Okay.
They have gears and cogs and stuff. They probably need to be heated. There's probably some kind of fuel source, but they'll run a little bit. The biggest thing that's preventing you from using them right now, like, or preventing you from using them well, is that they've just been thrown against a wall. And
Well-
so they're covered in like dents and dings and stuff like that.
Well, they only need to work once.
If you want to pilot them, then I think you're gonna have to push your luck to get them to
Okay.
run, because neither of you has ever driven a tank before.
Or driven
That
anything
works.
before, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
or used anything like this. You're like, God, I wish Delight was here.
What's the
Yeah.
stat you roll would look?
That is passion.
Oh, excellent. All right, I'm gonna roll it.
Oh, good luck.
7.
Hey!
Hey.
Scraping through a partial success.
They trained you on stuff kind of like this in the military. Like, you've used siege engines before. You know how like a trebuchet works. It's kind of the same
Yeah.
thing. You pull a lever, you flip a switch, and
Yeah, I imagine that like you get trained in how to like turn your earthbending into more power with like mechanisms and stuff.
yeah. So you're trying to do what with these? Get them to
Get them to keep running so that we can take them to so we can continue on the path, take them under the facility, and then just use them to help us undermine it and bring it crashing down.
Yeah. So I think what you can do is get them as far as the facility before they crap out.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have them. You'll just need some kind of like technological wizardry or something to get them to do what you want them to. You can get them in position, but you can't like make full use of them yet.
If only we knew someone who could use technology.
Who might be able to do that. We go to Quan briefly, I think. What have you? So you've been recovering. What were you doing while people were looking for things?
I think Quan is resting and waiting for Justice to bring those papers back, but I think Quan and Jean and Chi are resolving that problem.
Right.
So
I think Justice probably does come by, expecting Delight to be there, as well as everyone else, and she's not. And
The
that's
gang.
right. He like, I think he knocks, and then he opens the door, and he's like, "Delight, I brought the things you." Oh, I'm sorry.
Master Justice. She will return. She's talking to your father.
Oh, I see. Perhaps I should go to them. Maybe I should just leave them alone. I have the. He like gestures at the papers, and he's like not really sure what to do or say. You've had some time to recover, by the way, so you can clear your fatigue and your conditions.
All right.
And you reset your balance to your new center, which is one step towards the edge that you fell off of.
Okay. So I'm +1 trust.
Trust. Yep.
She just says, she kind of like stands up and says, we should take them to her.
Good. Are you okay to stand after he like goes to help you and then he stops himself?
She will kind of wave him off, be like,
Yeah.
I'm fine. And, you know, kind of cracks her back a little bit and kind of follows him.
Yeah, there's a kind of fresh sternness to you now. And I think you meet up as the moment between Delight and Song ends in timeline. It's kind of like we're bouncing around. These were kind of interspersed in different ways.
Yeah.
So yeah, like Song is like, we need to have this conversation. And so maybe he opens the doors and starts to walk out, and you meet each other in the hallways.
Yep, on the way to the office or what have you. Yeah.
Yeah, leave it basically to the ministry. What's it?
Yeah,
called?
we were headed for the old Minister Li Zhang.
Mm-hmm.
What do you do? This is the
Yeah,
four of you kind of
the two of us just run into the two of you. I think Delight says, "Oh, Quan, it's great to see you on your feet again."
I will be fine.
Good. I just finished speaking with my father, and like looks up at him like, should I tell this, or are you gonna tell this, or like, is this my declaration to make, or is it yours?
Yeah, Justice is holding some papers that he like very surreptitiously tries to tuck into his cloak. Like,
Yeah.
And he's looks kind of awkwardly.
I feel like there's a like, you don't need to do that. Father knows everything.
And then you see a moment of, yeah, I think Quan and Justice both like, everything?
Right, it's exactly, I think the two of you at the same time are like, everything?
Yeah.
We had a good talk, and she sort of like smiles and like seems pretty happy about that. We were headed to speak to Minister Li Zhang, actually. Assuming that you're both okay.
Quan looks concerned, but nods.
I'm just waiting to see if like Song says anything like further to clarify that things are okay, or if this is just like a tense situation.
Justice is very tense, but
Yeah,
he sees that you're not, and so that like weirds him out, and he's like, "Is everything?" And I think Song looks back to him. It's like, Delight has. We have spoken and come to a better understanding of things. Justice is like, what does that mean, Father? It
means we're all gonna take things in a better direction, the right direction. Direction,
and that's
of the
where
Earth
Justice
Kingdom.
is. Yeah, that's where Justice goes. I see, in a very surprised kind of way, and like, lead on, Father.
Nailed it.
There's a moment in this like sequence of animation is like they're walking away, he hangs back and is like tapping on the shoulder like, so did he really mean where would you meet Li Zhang? That's a fun question.
That's a great. And what about our friends? Are we meeting up with the rest of our party to meet Li Zhang, or?
Yeah, what's the deal?
Yeah,
You've been underground.
We're underground right now, so
Yeah.
We're getting close. We'll eventually be there. I don't know how long. We had one plan and we're doing it.
When the drills crap out, like just short of the destination, I imagine we look for a way out and we try and seek out Delight.
Yeah, you get up to you're like, all right, well, screw it. And the Badger Moles were like, okay, well, we can help you get out of here.
Delight can fix these things, and then we can finish the job. Gotta find it.
So they get they create tunnels, or show you tunnels too, because they live down here. They know it very well. They lead you through glowing pathways up towards the surface. And let's make it a whole thing. Like we have an hour left. So we might as well, narrative convenience, say that you are able to reconvene.
Yeah, I
once
mean,
you're
we've
on
got
surface.
a plan. We've got a plan for this meeting or what have you. Like, we're probably not difficult to find while we're getting it all organized.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we tracked down some guards, and they're like, "Oh, they headed to the ministry." And we're like, "They headed to the ministry? Okay."
Right.
Yeah.
You go back to the house impersonating house
like,
guards because
like-
you are.
Song, Justice, Delight, and Quan are all headed together to the ministry. It's like,
Right. They've taken a carriage.
Oh,
I'm not sure if I like the sound of this, but it seems like we should be there, and then if it goes
Yes.
wrong, we can run away and finish the plan.
I'm very, very confused with what I feel like we missed a lot. Okay, let's go.
It could
it's
just,
okay. You did good work.
It could just be part of the whole thing about them making Delight a bigger part of the family, and maybe they're all gonna go and meet him. I really hope they're not drinking Ruby Jasmine.
Yeah.
Let's not waste
Well-
any time.
No more. Yeah, we already like. Oh,
It's
I guess
true.
we could also say like we tell the Mold Rot Society if we don't come back within a certain time, just like
Oh yeah.
Go ahead with the
little-
plan.
Nuke it.
Nice
Right?
little
Yeah,
dead
because they're
man
gonna
switch.
crush the production
Yeah.
facility
It's like
thing.
if we're not back in 24 hours, just bring it down.
bring it down.
Yeah. Okay. I think we have to do this. We cut to the palace walls. So
Okay. All right.
Bossing say, big ring city, outer walls, agrarian zone, lower class, lower ring, middle class, middle ring, high class, upper ring. Inside that ring are the palace grounds,
Okay.
and inside that is the palace itself. We are not going to the palace, but we
Okay.
are the highest point we've ever been in Ba Sing Se. So these walls are massive, green and red, like red stone, clay, hard worked stone, gold, the bright greens of the Earth Kingdom, and normal people don't get to come here. None of you has ever been here, has a reason to be here. I don't even think, like, obviously, I don't even think Quan or Delight has ever been in here. Like, you're only here if you're invited by the Earth King or if you have business, like explicit business. Song is powerful enough that he can sort of make business, is the implication here. We're like, guards are the palace guards in full battle regalia, ceremonial armor and everything, like hold out their hands like hold. And Song, I think, presents the family seal from his chest plate, the stone.
So I feel like there's a moment here where Delight turns, like, once Song has made this, like, our way through, you know what I mean? Delight turns to her, like, father and brother and says, I don't suppose you'd leave this in my hands, would you? I want to confront him myself. And if you're there, it kind of sends a different message.
The guards kind of give you a bit of a berth for a second, as like they're holding the gates open for you, and he looks at you very carefully, like, this is perhaps the largest thing you've had to grapple with in your life. Are you sure you are up to the task?
I managed to make. She sort of like sighs and says, like, you saw sense when we spoke. Maybe he won't, but I have the power of our family behind me now, and that's gonna count for something.
And he looks to Justice, and Justice is like, "Don't look at me, Father. She makes her own choices." And he like nods, and he's like, "If we are to make any change, it must begin with trust. A family trusts each other." And he takes a step back.
Quan,
Yeah,
watching this all, kind of like smiles and is like nodding.
I think Delight says like, and if anything happens, Quan's with me, so it'll be fine. You know, like just totally like oblivious for a moment, and then she nods and says, and adds, just be ready for whatever happens. If I'm not back soon, I don't know, send a guard or something.
I leave it in your capable hands. You clearly have good people with you.
She smiles, and like maybe this is when our dear friends arrive to join us.
I imagine you're like sort of like running up the stairs like
You see Quan like bowing lowly to Justice and Song.
I think when we get in view, we're like, oh, it's uniform, looking good shape, brush the dirt off.
Yeah, you're still
We
like
weren't
dusting
underground.
off your house guard uniform.
And Delight sort of raises her hand when you're like, you know, like sort of cleaning yourself off, and she says, "It's okay. They know everything."
And Quan looks to the two of them like in their eyes and is like,
What?
gives them a
What
nod.
do you mean?
I mean, they know everything, and the Chen family is behind us, and we're gonna go and speak to Minister Li Zhang.
Oh,
What? Oh,
really? I like look at the song like, I don't know about this
What?
guy.
Yeah,
Song looks so
your
deferential
current
to Delight
rival.
right now. It's like so uncharacteristic for the whole time that you've known him. Yeah.
And I think Quan just kind of looks at the two of them and says, "In line."
shut the shovel. I guess at this point, I think
And we like Mighty Duck behind
Yeah.
Mighty
Yeah.
Duck just
Delight.
Away.
she's just too tired and just going, "Oh, okay."
I'll explain. And like as we're walking, I think Delight's just like, you know, like into the grounds to find Li Zhang
Yeah.
for this meeting. I think Delight says like, everything went way better than I could have thought it would go. My father listened, and telling the truth paid off. I think he's on our side now, and we're gonna fight for the Earth Kingdom properly. All that's left is we have to deal with the minister.
Is he happy to stop all the production? Shut down the whole thing?
I didn't talk about details.
Okay, well after this, we have a way that we can bring the whole place down if it's needed.
How did the talk with the Badger Moles go?
It went great. We found out how they were transporting the weapons. They had these machines that went underground, and that they were just going under the walls. That's why we never saw anything. We stole them. We stole the machines.
Yeah, and we might have a problem if we don't go back within a day. I mean, one of the cases that don't worry about it. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine.
What kind of problem?
Well, the Chen family will stop production via consensually or not.
It's Delight's like, All right. Well, at least we have plans on plans then.
The walk as you're having this conversation is like you can feel the tension here. Like the inside, this is like the upper ring is beautiful, right? It's covered in greenery, it's covered in opulence, it's lavish. It's not just a place people live, it's a place where people show off how much money they have, as well as like just the glory of what the Earth Kingdom has to offer. It is paradise, effectively. This is even more so. This is like almost like sterile, like too perfect, right? The flagstones here are immaculate white, completely brushed clean. There are no signs of life or things like out of place. There are like birds in some trees, obviously, that are very carefully curated along certain pathways and in patterns to kind of create these aesthetically little pleasing pockets of like, here's a little leisure corner where you can sit and read or have a conversation or something like that. Here are these little statues over here and there of the important figures. But it's just wide open spaces. And then there are structures, there are buildings here as well. And the whole thing is divided by this big line of colored tile that delineates the division of the city, which also leads directly to, if you were to follow that, it would go directly to the palace, which you see off in the distance. But you're not going there. You're going to another structure, which has these long stairs. You've already run up the stairs, poor Chi and Jian. There's even more stairs for you to climb up into this big red stone and green and gold and white building. Huge edifice with the sloped roofs and everything. That, you know, various guards, you tell them you're here on, and you have an appointment, yep. Basically, and they direct you here. So when the four of you finally arrive, you are directed to where Li Jing is, and you open these giant doors, these huge cherry wood carved with reliefs of dragons. Dragons exist in this world.
Yeah.
It's probably important. It's occasionally something you might see in a royal city. Like, this is power that we're showcasing here. It's two dragons, kind of one coiling up and one coiling down. The doors slide open, and you walk into, it's like late afternoon, early evening, I think. So we're getting a little bit of a sunset for dramatic lighting. And this room is huge, just as big as everything else, with columns, these big jade columns, chunk, that lead around. In the middle, there is a dais that leads up to a huge raised model of Ba Sing Se. If you've watched the series, there's a similar room where they have a map of the world and where the military leaders, the Council of Five, like do their moving of pieces and stuff of like where the armies are. We don't know that exists. What we're looking at is kind of a different version that is for the city of Ba Sing Se itself. So it is made of like a mandala. It's earth-bent colored sand. So the whole city is sculpted out of earth-bent sand.
Cool.
And like little pieces are placed occasionally that you have no idea what they mean, but you can see like this whole, it's the whole ring, it's the whole city. At the far end, looking over it all, is Minister Li Jing in his finery. And he looks up. Lady Delight and Company. Ah, I had heard you were looking for me.
I think Delight just gives him the grimmest face she's capable of, which is not particularly grim. I don't think she's a very grim person. But then gives him her best. It's over, Minister Chang. The Ruby Jasmine is done.
And he smiles and kind of like, I think he has a long pole that he's using to kind of like push pieces around the map.
Mm-hmm.
And so he kind of like taps at somewhere in the agrarian zone and is like, yes, I had heard that there was a terrible error. Some manner of blight affecting a very particular greenhouse and a whole crop ruined. Very unfortunate news.
Delight like waits for him to continue.
Right, like you're gonna keep monologuing, aren't you, you son of a gun?
Also, feel free anyone else to jump in. I'm
Yeah,
just taking the
please.
lead 'cause
You
I'm
can do
done
whatever you
here.
want, whenever you want. He like is moving some other things around. Like, it is unfortunate that had transpired. Just as it is unfortunate that those dissidents who were so foolish to try and spread false rumors about its medical properties had to be silenced. A shame. I understand
think-
there was a very
well-
capable printmaker who is no
Oh
longer
shit!
quite in control of her faculties.
Why are you
The
doing
cost
this?
of business.
Why
What's
are you
that? What'd you
keeping? Why are you doing this? Why are you keeping these secrets? Wouldn't it be better if everyone knew the truth?
Because this city would collapse. Do you know how many people live inside these walls, soldier boy? How many people with disparate beliefs? How many people with all of these different goals, understandings of the true scale of things? How if they knew what was happening, things would erupt.
The Chen family will no longer support your grand plan.
It's his turn to grimace. That is a most disappointing development. Was this you as the new blood stepping in? Do you deign to speak for the rest of your family?
And she says like, I don't deign, I do.
He sort of snarls, like, you watch your tone in these hallowed halls, child. You may be of one of the most powerful families in this city, but I have power you could only dream of.
And there's a moment of like, okay, good, nice. And I think she replies, and none of that will matter when everyone knows what you've been doing. With the Chen family no longer behind you, is only a matter of time.
But you can't give Ruby Jasmine to everyone, if you even have any left.
That is where you are correct. There is only so much I can do. But I will find other ways of maintaining order. I must secure my place in the future of Ba Sing Se. and I will do it however is required.
Then you said a minute right there yourself. You're not doing it for the people that you say that you're protecting. You're doing it for you and only you.
Ooh, that's a big call out.
That's a big call out.
Could I have minuses?
Just have Susu go, yeah, and then you're good.
I'm ready with the fatigue. I'm ready.
Shift your balance away from center.
Confidence? Would that go to confidence?
Yeah, and it makes sense. You were being the big bold hero you want to be.
Yup.
What do you think his principle is based on that?
I think it would be principle based on that would be society. You know? Or well, yeah, society.
Yeah, society. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or
What did
is
you
that-
say, El?
I said selfishness.
Yeah,
You know, like,
it's self-reliance.
Self-reliance versus like trust in his
Right. It's like I
society,
believe
yeah.
in me,
Self-
not
yeah.
anything else. So like like society sort of just like I can see where you're going with it. So I'm gonna give it to you 100%. He right now, I think, is at +1. He's not like over the edge in this moment, but he is sort of like he's drinking his own Kool-Aid
Tea.
a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah.
His
So
own
roll it with
Ruby Jasmine tea.
+1 minus whatever you have because you have a condition marked relevant, right?
Yeah. And that would be on harmony, correct?
It is just flat 2d6.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you're afraid, it's -2.
-1.
Yeah, -1 is your total here.
Hold on, sorry. I don't know the commands all off by hand.
You're good.
All right. And oof,
3.
not good.
Okay. So on a miss, he can demand that you act in accordance with one of your principles instead. Mark a condition or act as he requests. So your principles are
Loyalty and confidence.
confidence. And I think he like laughs as you're like, you got to do this thing, right? And he's like, you are correct, my friend. How do you think I've gotten as far as I have? Do you think I've put my trust in others? Or do you think that I've done what must be done to ensure my survival? Surely someone who grew up in the streets, in the gutter, would understand. Like, you must do anything it takes to survive. Isn't that why you keep all those trinkets with you as a reminder of where you've come before?
Quan puts her hand on Chi's shoulder and kind of steps forward. I have seen others say the same, but there are prices you must pay for what. And she kind of like looks down and then looks back up at him. For what actions you take.
Good. To round out his little mechanic there, just before you step in, he finishes out his thought, which is, do you think you can take a memento from me? Do you think yourself so bold? So he's calling on you to live up to confidence of like, hey, you want to call me out? I know who you are. I've heard who you are. I know what your shtick is. I'm going to try and call you out on it. Do you want to like take steps to try and do that or mark a condition? He's calling on you to live up to confidence.
I will go ahead and try it. Just do it. I will. I actually have a button from him. He said, do you think you could take a treat? I have. I remember that first scene. I asked
Yes.
you. I
Oh my gosh, I do remember
have.
that.
I already have taken something from you.
Yeah. So Quan steps in and is like, "You better back off. Here's consequences for your actions." And she pulls out the button that you took weeks ago. Like, I already have this from you. And that pisses him off. Because he did not notice until this moment. Like, I'm sure, like, he instinctively goes to reach for a button. He's wearing different clothes, but if we cut back to somewhere in the drawer, like, there's the tunic that had a missing button on it. It's like, you little. And so he.
It was his favorite tunic.
It was too.
Yeah, of course.
It's a jade.
And so
wedding.
he's like, as the sun is like starting to go down, he tosses the stick aside and is like, "You're correct. Actions do have consequences. And now I think it's high time that you took some of yours for interfering in things you should not have, that you have no idea what you're meddling with." And he is like stepping down off the dais and drops into a very unusual fighting stance. It's like kind of snaky.
Unusual for an earthbender, for sure.
It's not an earthbending
No.
stance. Gian knows that 100%.
I think this is fight time, right? Like, it's gotta be 100%. Fight time.
And so this is where also, like, as he sees that you're responding, he says, "Surely you didn't think I was alone, did you?" And from the columns, like from out of the shadows of the columns, a group of Daili step in and drop into earthbending stances.
We knew the Daili were gonna
What do you
be here.
do?
Yeah.
It's fight time.
I am
Fight
going
time.
to 100% attack.
Okay, awesome.
Question.
I think I'm advancing or attacking. I mean,
Um,
it's usually
I had
where
a-
I go.
system question.
I have
So for that interaction of pulling out the button, do I increase my confidence by 1 just to double check? Yes, for that call out?
Oh, because you did what he called you on to do?
Yeah.
You don't have
Okay,
to, because
okay, so I had-
he's just saying do this thing or consequence,
And I
But
did.
you
it.
did the thing.
but you did the thing.
Okay.
Which
Okay.
was like, hey, I don't have to do this. I don't have to try and steal anything from you. I already did, sucker.
All right. So I was just double checking. It's like,
Yep.
do I have?
You're good.
Right.
You're good.
Cool.
Totally valid.
I think it's time to evade and observe.
That sounds right.
Yeah, my goal. Yeah.
You
Everybody
can't take a
else.
memento from me. I already did.
Who knew that would come back?
From
Seize a
very-
position. I'm gonna go for seize a position.
Yeah.
So advance and attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, advance and attack.
Isn't seize a position defend and maneuver?
This character
Yes, it
sheet's
is
wrong.
defend and maneuver. Yeah.
Oh, is it?
okay.
Or I thought
It's
it was.
under
which
it's
one?
under defend and maneuver in the new rules.
I think you just use a different stat for your season position.
Do you? No, you should be using.
Focus.
Because you
I was
mark
on autopilot
fatigue.
when I responded. Defend and maneuver has seize a position.
Yeah.
So you need defend to do that. Okay. So we've got 2-3 approaches. What is Gion's approach?
It's wrong on the sheet
I'm doing-
if you're looking at the character sheet.
I'm doing advance and attack.
Okay, perfect. and I need to double check what they're gonna do.
2 advance and attacks to defend, and an evade and observe on our end.
Nice. Yeah, okay, we're gonna do that. All right, so the Daili are defending, and Li Jiang is attacking.
Makes sense.
Cool. So defending, everyone who's defending, roll with your focus.
And the seized position is defending, correct?
It is
Yes.
defend, yeah.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll with your focus.
Oh no!
Okay, it was a miss, right? So you can shift your balance away from your center to use a basic technique and seize that position if you want.
Oh my goodness. Yes, to loyalty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh god, I am tiptoeing so close.
So yeah, you're like ready to defend your friends. That makes so much sense. But
Yes.
you're also like maybe losing it. So go ahead and tell me how you're seizing that position. What are you doing? Engaging foes, overcoming statuses, getting new positions, escaping the scene.
I'm just trying to get a better position to like fight off these people. So I feel like, yeah, just to fight off the Daili.
Okay, so the fictional set dressing here is big square room, bunch of columns. Then at the back of the room, kind of behind the columns, is the map of the city, and then there's an open view that looks out over all of Ba Sing Se. So there's like a balcony, an open air railing. Li Jiang is at the back of the room. Then it's you guys who have kind of been walking forward this whole time, and then the Daili are flanking you from the sides. So from the columns. So to get a better position, you're like sort of drawing attention to yourself to fight the Daili. You're like making a boundary.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not focused on the main, like, the main
Yeah,
minister. I'm trying to be like, all right, I defend this area. So
Yeah. Okay. So you take up a good position that's kind of in the center of the action.
Yeah.
So you'll be able to handle that. Great. Awesome. Nobody else is defending and maneuvering, right?
Nope.
Okay. So the Daili get to do things. The Daili are very dangerous, as you might imagine.
As experience. Yeah.
So they are a small group, but they're still dangerous. So they get +1 technique to do things because they're a small group. And they are defending and attacking. So they are going to ready themselves. They're going to retaliate, basically. They drop into their fighting stances and are like ready for someone to rush them. They want someone to rush them, basically. And is anyone visibly armed?
Yes.
Yeah, you got your
Yeah.
daggers, right?
I have my gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Uh,
have
My launcher.
my yin yang tomahawks.
Yes.
I have my fists, and it's all I need.
It's all you need. Who do they think is the biggest threat? The gun is clearly that's not something that's normal. The daggers they can kind of handle. The gun, they're like, what is that? They don't want to deal with that. So they're ready is going to mark a fatigue to inflict a status on you.
Oh no.
2 of them launch out those stone gauntlets to like kind of grab you from either end. So they're going to try and like yank either your arms off the gun or yank the gun away from you.
Got it. They're trying to
So they
disarm
haven't
me.
done it because they don't have a technique to do that fully, but they are impairing you right now.
Okay.
So that'll take place after this exchange resolves.
Yep.
Everyone who's attacking Roll with your passion.
Nine.
Okay.
8.
An 8.
Oof.
Cool. Okay, so both of you get one basic technique, or a mastered one if you know it.
I'm going to pressure, and basically what this looks like is Quan throws the yin yang tomahawks into the air, and they're kind of like going around, and she kind of spins them to the point where like flame is kind of going around, and it almost looks like they're a full circle because they're both together. If they were put together, it would be a circle.
Right.
And so there's like a flame, a circle, and then she like disperses them around us like in a circle to basically try to like keep the Dai Li at bay and Li Jing. And I'm going to say that they can't attack as my
Okay.
approach that they can't take. They
Awesome. Cannot attack. Gian, what are you doing?
I think I know, but I wanted to check. Am I allowed to deliberately take more fatigue than I can, or is it the case that like once your fatigue's full, you can't take more? But then if you take fatigue not intentionally, then that's what turns into conditions.
A good question. So, for anyone who's watching this live or later on, this is the way how this works. When you have, when you would mark fatigue, and you can't, like if your track is at 5, and you would mark another fatigue, because someone makes you or something, some effect does, you take a condition instead. If you are at full fatigue, you can't choose when a move says to do mark fatigue or something else. You have to do something else. You can't mark fatigue as a result. Are you currently at 5 fatigue?
I'm at 3, but
Okay.
I presume that means that I'm locked out of my take 3 fatigue move.
No. So
you
would
can.
take 2
You would
fatigue,
take the 2,
and then the
then
third
you'd
fatigue
mark
that
a
you would
condition.
mark.
Okay, so
Exactly.
I'm allowed to.
That is exactly-
I'm allowed
that's
to do.
exactly
And then
right.
once you mark all your conditions and you can no longer mark a fatigue or a condition, then you're taken out of the fight.
Then you're 100% taken out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right, so I am allowed to still take fatigue, even if it goes
Yes.
over the limit, as long as I
You can
take
wrap
some.
over, and then you'll take spillover condition.
But you will take a condition.
Yeah,
100% correct.
this is tempting, very dangerous. But
Do it.
when else is it gonna happen? I want to
Go big or
use
go home.
Fueled by Anger. Mark Angry to use an additional basic or master technique when I advance an attack. So I'm gonna mark Angry, so I get to do 2.
You get to do 2 things.
And then just to really make it even worse, the first thing I want to do is Smash, and the
Yep.
second thing I want to do is Overwhelm.
Okay.
I like it.
So what are you doing, and how are you doing it?
So this map's made of sand, right, that he's got in front of him?
Yes.
Okay, is it like specific, it's in front of him, but like, are the Dailin near it, or are they kind of further away?
You're being flanked in the front and the back. So the Dai Li are behind you by where the door is,
Right,
where you
and
came
then
in.
the map's in
And then
front
Li
of
Zhang is at the other end by the
Li.
balcony.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you wanted to mess with it and do something to Li Zhang, you could, but it wouldn't affect the Dai Li.
Okay, Li Zheng it is. So, Zheng's gonna start running up just straight at him, and as he approaches with Smash, I want to take the base of this map and just shove it up and kind of towards him, so that all the sand on the map, but I both destroy the map, because that in itself is already
Right.
great, and then I just send it all over him, and there's just sand in his eyes and in the air,
Oh
and just
man.
Yeah. Pocket sand.
yeah.
Sand really
worse.
does get everywhere.
And it's
Yep.
colored, and it's gonna it's all over your face. Cool.
Color
Perfect.
spray.
Yep,
but
I
with
get to
sand.
ruin
Color
his
spray.
map.
Yeah.
I get to ruin his map, bruise his ego. It's great.
Yeah. I love that. That's gonna impair him 100%.
And then
And you're gonna overwhelm.
yeah, and then I'm
Right.
gonna appear through the cloud of sand and just like get him with some kind of like rock punch. Like I just like bring something up and bring it with me and just smash it into him and overwhelm him.
What kind of rock?
I probably. I mean, I could even use the base of the map. Like, I just like punch a chunk out of it into him as I arrive.
Yeah, the sand goes flying into his eyes, and then, bam! The stone base of the map that it's built on just crunches up. So we see like Bossing Say just disappears, which is great. This is the fight for Bossing Say and it's being destroyed. Like a chunk of the outer wall, right? Metaphorically, gets thrown, and because it's in his eyes, it like bam, like slams him backwards.
So
Cool.
I was at 3 fatigue. I took 1 fatigue to do the smash, and then I take
Yes.
another 3 fatigue, which is 1 fatigue and 2 conditions for the overwhelm.
Yes. You're in it now. Now we're playing some Avatar
Oh,
Legends.
Oh my gosh.
But you get buffed to heck off of this, which is great. So he will be stunned, and he gets to go because he's attacking. So in the process, he gets 2 things to do. 1 for existing, and 1 because his principle is self-reliance, and he's at +1 to that. Fun story about Li Jing. You're the biggest threat. You're running up. So
By the way, I picked foolish and guilty for my other conditions, so I'm now angry, foolish, and guilty.
yes, he's gonna strike at you. You run up. He's in this like snaky position because he's not an earthbender. In a flash from his sleeve, 2 curved daggers, similar to, not exactly like Quan's, but they're like curved blade.
Oh,
They
they're
look like daggers, but with that sick
like,
curved blade type deal.
Yeah, the like flamberge blade. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. With the little wave. He has a pair of those, and is very good with them. Like if you're a minister, if you're a court officer who's made it this far, who maybe has killed some people to get where he is, he might be good with knives. Similar to Chi. So he's like does a pinwheel kind of move of like dodging out of some of the sand, and it's still in his eyes, but slashes up and is like cutting at you with these daggers. And so he's like kind of like snake evade slash with them. So he's going to mark a fatigue and force you to take a condition.
Okay. Do I pick the condition?
Yep.
Okay.
Whatever you
Afraid. Yeah.
want. That sounds right. And the other thing he does is he has a special technique. There's a whole bunch of them that are going to be in the full book. There's some examples in the quick start. I didn't do anything with this. I just borrowed from the playbooks. He knows the disorient technique from the Idealist when you advance an attack. He can pummel an engaged foe with quick blows to mark a fatigue and shift their balance away from center. And what he does is not to stab at you. One of those knives disappears, and as you're fighting, he's like, "You're right. I'm out of jasmine. I only have enough for you." And
Oh
whoosh,
no!
the other thing he has is training in technology. Technology being herbalism. He throws red mist in your face, and the concentrated jasmine like staggers you back for a second, and he's like hissing words in your ear that kind of echo around. It's like a little bit of Hellblade Senua's sacrifice kind of energy, where like his voice, it becomes other people's voices as he's like, your balance is already moving towards force, is it not?
Yeah, I'm balanced, but my center is +1.
Okay, so he's gonna try and push you away from it, and he's like, "You, soldier, the only thing you know is war. You know the way this ends. Earth destroys, Earth crushes." And he's pushing you away from your center. So either you reject that quote unquote, and go towards care, or you do what kind of makes sense, which is go towards force, but you tell me. While you figure that out, everyone who's evading and observing goes, which is Delight.
So
you clear
Delight's-
fatigue if you had any marked,
I do. It's very useful.
and you choose to roll with creativity or harmony.
So Delight is currently being grappled by Dai Li agents in terms of the gun. So instead, she reaches through her belt for one of the canisters, like on its own,
Yep.
and just hucks it at them,
Nice.
like without using the launcher.
I don't need to shoot this. I'll just throw it at you.
And it's like there's a flash of light. It's basically just like a flashbang.
Yeah.
Hoping to like blind the Dai Li ads, you know,
Yeah.
while we deal with the boss. So
I think
I
they-
would like to apply a condition.
Yeah. Stunned makes the most sense, but it's a little harder to inflict. So I think impaired is probably the best you can get, because like they're fighting.
Impaired is fine. Yeah.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
And they're like, these are trained special ops.
Oh, of
they're
course.
used to bright lights.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. So I'm doing the bolster or hinder move.
Yeah, perfect.
So let me roll with creativity. Let's see if I actually get to do it or not.
How much it costs you to do?
9.
Okay, you do the thing.
I do the thing.
Sounds good.
Thing done.
Okay, so awesome frames of animation.
Hey, Simon.
Yes.
If I drop the gun,
Yes.
can I get rid of my impaired
100%.
condition? Like
Yes.
if I just drop it. So I let it go.
Yeah. Okay. So the gauntlets pull back. They're in their fighting position. They have stopped caring about you because they're like wincing from the flash, like but they're going to turn their attention to Chi, who is like clearly the biggest threat here. So they're like coming to their senses. Li Jing is stumbling backwards, like reeling. In one hand there is like a poultice, like a leather pouch, and the other is that curved dagger, but he's like like he's fallen to one knee for a second, and is also covered in colored dust. Jian is like right up there in melee range. Quan is throwing out some flames and pressuring the
I'm
diving
making
backwards.
like basically there's just blades spinning around us that are
Great.
on fire.
On fire, which looks sick as heck. What do you do?
I'm gonna attack next.
Yeah, I'm also going for an attack.
Okay.
I will also go for an attack as well.
So we're going right back into an exchange. Nobody wants to do anything else. We're just gonna push on. That's fine.
Attack.
Okay.
Wait. Could I? Well, no, because I'm in a different position. I couldn't like. Well, no, because that would. Could I do tag team with Quan? How far is Quan away from me?
I'm
Quan's
close to you.
within range of you.
Yeah, we're all.
Quan's,
Yeah.
like,
The only person who like lunged forward was John.
you've basically
'Cause
like
you're
stepped
fighting the
forward
Dai Li
towards the
as
Dai
well.
Li.
Yeah.
I'm like standing
I-
in the middle of all of us, like just basically doing a stance that's like making these blades like spin around us.
Right.
All right. I will go ahead and try to initiate tag team.
Okay.
What does that do?
That one is I get to work with a companion against the same foe and mark 1 fatigue to inflict and 2 fatigue on the foe or target. So I get 1 fatigue, but you get 2, and I'll just have to take a condition. So if you're using strike, I can your strike will like so I'll read it word from word. Work with a companion against. Hold on, sorry.
You can just paste it in chat too.
Yeah, let me go ahead, paste in chat then. Do. This is what it does. If anybody wants to read. So inflict 2 or mark 1 fatigue to inflict 2 fatigue on a foe or target in exchange by a companion using strike, and even if their strike is blocked or doesn't land, so you're like I can still. Oh, wrong chat. Whoopsies.
It's okay.
So let's do it.
Okay. So everyone's choosing their techniques.
Do I need to mark a fatigue as well, or is it?
No,
Well,
it's
you got to
just
roll
me.
to do the thing first.
Okay.
So we'll find out in a second how that's going to go.
Okay.
The Daili cannot attack, which is great for you. So they're gonna do their thing, and Li Jing is stunned. So Li Jing's not doing anything right now.
Nice.
Because he's just had a boulder to the skull.
We like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
We like that.
So the Daili are gonna defend and maneuver as their chosen ability. So none of you are defending and maneuvering, right?
Nope.
No.
Okay. Everyone who's advanced, they are gonna get to act then.
Okay.
They are gonna mark a fatigue to clear their impair. Basically, they're like, all right, we have enough. We've recovered to try and figure this out. Once again, they're going to retaliate because none of you actually inflicted fatigue conditions or shifted their balance. So they're still ready
I inflicted impaired. It's,
yes, but that's that's a status, not a condition.
Hmm.
So they don't get to hit you back.
Gotcha.
So they're going to retaliate, assuming you're going to punch them again. And I think they are going to seize a position is the other thing they're going to do. Which is good. They're going to try and break back into the columns and then reform, flanking and surrounding Li Jing, because they see that Li Jing is hurt. Anyone that's engaged with them can mark a fatigue to stop them from doing that.
I'll
which
do
is
it.
probably cheap because you're in the best position.
Okay.
All right, I can do it. I still have 2 more conditions I
Yeah.
can take on after this.
So take a fatigue, and how do you stop them from fleeing, basically?
I will go ahead and mark angry. I can't because I have a full fatigue mark, so
Okay, so you take a
I have to
condition.
get a condition. I'll
Actually,
go ahead
then
and take.
if you're full up, then you can't do that.
Oh,
If
for
you're full,
the...
if you're at full
Oh, I
fatigue,
can't
then you
do
can't
the-
choose to mark fatigue to do the thing.
Oh. Oops.
So it would have to be Quan who stops them from.
Yeah, I can stop.
And that makes sense.
Okay.
You've got these flying daggers made of fire.
Yeah. I did expand the daggers, so now they're around us, and so the Daili are in the circle with
Right.
us now.
They can't easily get out. Oh
Yeah.
shoot!
They like turn around, and then the blades are like around them instead.
Right, but they're still ready to respond. Okay, everyone who's advancing and attacking, go ahead and roll with your
Yeah.
passion.
Yeah, passion time.
Yay.
7. Woo!
Okay,
I get a +1 because of Marcha Complex.
I'm gonna use my +1 to make that a full success.
10. Marcha Complex
Holy
helped.
smokes.
So that will be a 9 actually.
Okay.
Wait. Could I use my tag team then? Because I have a full fatigue then? Or I can't use it.
If you're at full, work with a foe, mark 1 fatigue. Yeah, you can't tag team.
Dang it.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Boo. Well, I guess I just attack then. Normally. Boo. No fun. Mixed success. Yay.
Okay. So however you want to resolve this, let's start with, we'll do it in the order that you rolled. Delight, what do you do with your 1 technique?
So, appearing unarmed, she is not in fact unarmed. She has a weapon.
You have a weapon!
Takes a metal cylinder off her belt and flicks it open, and it looks like it's a collapsible, like a baton. Yeah.
Oh, sick.
And she goes in towards the Daili agents to try and smack them down because
Smack 'em up.
she also has weapon training.
Okay, sick. Do you
so
want to
I'm-
let them
I'm-
mark
I'm
whatever they
just-
want?
Yeah,
Or-
whatever they want. Whatever
Okay.
they want.
They are going to shift their balance towards their principal because they're trying to get to their boss,
That's
technically.
fair.
So you're swinging and they're trying to shift backwards and bam, bam, bam.
Yeah,
They
just
inflict a
trying to-
fatigue on you because they
Yeah.
are retaliating.
That's fair.
Then, Quan, what's your one thing?
Quan is going to strike this time.
Yep.
And I will mark a fatigue to instead choose to hammer them with my blows and forcing them to mark 2 fatigue.
All right, so they're getting worn down as you're
And
smacking them with your fire.
yeah, basically, they're just getting like burn marks and slices, like hot slices all over them around.
Yeah. You're going to take a fatigue in return.
Yep.
Because
Okay.
they retaliate. Gian, you get 2 things, miraculously.
It was the martyr complex. I had enough.
Martyr
conditions
complex
that I got
came
a
in
plus
clutch.
one, and it put me over the line. I think we're gonna start with a strike on Li Zhang.
Okay.
I don't get to mark 1 fatigue because I definitely don't have that capability anymore. So he gets
Yep.
to choose what happens to him.
Cool. Wouldn't you know it, he's probably going to be shifting his balance up 1 on self-reliance. How do you wail on him as he's sort of like starting to come back to his senses?
After he was taunting me about how Earth destroys, there's a moment where Zhan's kind of like getting his senses back, and he's like, fire destroys, Earth withstands, and you're not gonna bring this kingdom down. And then I'm going to oh, here's a fun one. I want to stamp down on, like, I imagine there's like tile sections to this place.
Yes,
right?
exactly.
I'm gonna
Yes.
stamp down on one end of one to bring it up and like just either like send him flying or hit him in the chin or something.
Yeah,
Nice.
it like flies up and hits him in the chin as he's like trying
I
to get
love
up.
it.
Bam!
I love
yeah.
it.
That's awesome. That's
So
so
good.
cool. Chi, what's your thing? What are you doing?
Basically, I'm just using strike and hitting, just trying to just aim my daggers into shoulders and hands that aren't covered.
Okay. Are you going to let them mark whatever they want, or do you want to?
Yes, I can.
Yeah,
I
because you
can.
can't take the fatigue, right?
Okay.
They're also going to shift their balance up,
Ooh.
because you are like, and they are desperately trying to get past you. They're like, this is an annoyance to them, so they are parrying your strikes, like, bish, 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 calling up, like they're using their bracers to like bat back your daggers, but you're really aggravating them is what's happening, and
I've got a
That is an
second
exchange.
technique.
you have a second technique. That's right. What's your other technique?
Am I allowed to strike again, or do I have to pick a different one if I've already done that this turn?
If you've already done strike, you have to do a different thing.
Okay, then it's pressure, because I can't do smash because I
Yep.
have mark of fatigue.
What are you going to keep them from doing?
I'm gonna stop Li Zheng from advancing and attacking.
Okay, good choice.
I
Uh,
mean,
'cause
like,
you're
the
just
way I do
wailing
it is
on
kind
him.
of like after that hit, I kind of step back and like pull up some walls, just to like make it difficult to get any kind of good approach.
Yeah, make some barriers between the two of you. You're good at making these defensive walls. We've seen that. Sick. So that all clears out. The Dai Li are furiously trying to like parry strikes, figure out how they're going to get past this like whirling wind of fire. Li Zheng, for his part, after being like smacked backwards, he's got like a bloody lip. The first time we're like really seeing some blood on the screen. Looks back at the scene. He looks at you, and he's like, "Not today." And he turns and he starts to run back towards the balcony. What do you do? The collective you.
I want to chase him.
Okay. Do you want to dive tackle him? What are you trying to do?
That kind of thing. Yeah, it's like either like tackle him or like just trip him up or something.
Put a wall up in front of him.
Yeah, I'm like
Oh. Get
if
through
I
the
can
balcony.
like bring out a wall or like bring up a section of floor just to like interrupt his escape or something.
Yeah, if you want to make a wall like right in front of him to keep him from doing that, go ahead and rely on your skills and training.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's insecure is the one condition I don't have.
Yeah.
That's perfect.
With that good old focus.
And I get a +1 to this because of Martyr Complex.
Martyr Complex.
But also my focus is -1, so it's just a flat roll. It's up to the dice. It's a miss. 4.
Oh no.
Okay.
No.
So you conjure up this wall, or you're trying to bend up this wall to stop him from running. Real quick, before we resolve that, what is everyone else doing? Are you just trying to like hold the Diley in place, basically?
I would like to try and shock the Diley with an intimidating display of strange behavior from a Chen family member in my combat prowess. That's what I would like to do. Because
you're black sheeping.
I have black koala sheep. Yeah, when you behave in a way that shocks or unsettles people from one of your backgrounds, roll with creativity to intimidate them or push your luck.
Go for it.
So I guess I'm gonna try and intimidate. Ba-bow. And then it is creativity. Waha. 10! Ah! Hell yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So how are you fully bringing yourself up? Because it's both your combat prowess, but also they need to know that you are of the family.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just like unusual to see a Chen getting so like mixed up personally in this kind of stuff, right?
Right.
Like
I think they recognize
is-
your
it
signia
is
somewhere in there.
shocking and unsettling, and yeah, she's still got the like Chen military gear on, if you know what I mean. So it's,
Yeah, you are wearing your regalia.
yeah.
Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. So I get to choose one of these that they don't. Is that how it works? That they don't get to do, or is it changed?
Yeah. So for intimidation, on a 10 plus, you choose one of the things they can't do. They can't run and escape or get back up. They can't back down but keep watch. They can't give in with a few stipulations, or they can't attack you off balance.
Let's say they can't attack us off balance. So like, I'm trying to prevent them from interfering with any of the stuff going on with the minister, basically.
Right. Okay. They are going to. You've put the hurt on them. They wouldn't normally do anything. Like normally they'd be like, "Listen, we can do this all day." They're tough, but you are quite impressive. They're not going to give in.
No.
I think they're going to back down but keep watch.
Okay, cool. Yeah, like
They
they're
see Li Jing
corralled.
running, and they like. There's a second where you think they're going to try and break for it, and then they back up because they see you're fighting, you're standing like I am a Chen, whatever, right? And they think like, wait a second, there are connections here. What's going on?
Yeah, like we probably shouldn't fight this person, right? But like we kind of are. Yeah, like
We kind of have to, right? So they back up. They take steps back towards the edge. They drop in that defensive stance that they've been in. But they don't make any moves towards you. They don't do anything to stop Li Jing.
Yeah, Delight also doesn't like push the issue as an attack. Like once they've backed down, it's like she just like waits and watches them in turn, you know.
Yeah. I think for your wall, I think Li Jing is just moving at a speed that you haven't seen. He's moving like a man possessed. And so I think you get the wall up just as he's like jumping through. And so it like the wall blocks nothing as he just jumps off the balcony, like kips up and like dives.
Do we see
To
this?
the edge and see
Or-
where he goes.
All of you, like you're fighting, you sit the Diley back down as they see him start to run, and one like a few, I think a leader is like puts a hand back, like a let him go gesture as he starts to run. And like maybe in the moment as they're backing down, you're like, wait a second, what's going on? You turn around and you see Li Jiang runs and jumps. Jian makes the wall, which just like blocks Li Jiang as he's hanging in the air, just diving. And then nothing.
Can I chase after it all or no?
Yeah, you rush to the edge of the balcony, right?
Yeah.
I think as you run to the edge of the balcony, you see Li Jiang is just falling off the edge of this very tall building that you're in towards palace grounds.
Is it a controlled fall, or is it like I assume?
No, it is a free fall.
Oh no!
There's
Oh,
there are
shit.
some roofs nearby, and so it's like maybe if I was super cool, maybe I could leap and like parkour roll
Would there
onto
be
it.
a way for me to save him? Like to
Do you want to try?
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
You are a secret agent,
Yeah.
but also this is bananas. How do you want to try and like save him from splattering on a rooftop?
Yeah, I think that oh my gosh. Quan's gonna like kind of like you were saying, parkour, like grab onto like different ledges and just kind of like be jumping and trying to like grab him and like hold him if she can. Oh,
Just
or
like dive and slam in and grab and tuck and roll or something.
yeah.
Push your luck.
And maybe like at the end of it, like using a little bit of fire, like air to like
Create a
like,
little air bubble pressure thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
All right, what am I rolling?
It's your passion.
All right.
Ooh.
Oh
no!
Nice.
I have a +2 to that.
Woof.
Welcome to my
Oof.
life.
Okay.
So,
There's not enough
question
people
before
with fatigue
it,
left
it
to
like do
help
we
the roll.
so could I use the moment of balance thing I have for this
Are
moment
you at
even
your
though
center?
No, I'm not. Dang it.
Wow.
I am
That's
at my
that's the
center.
problem. Yeah, Quan is in peace. Okay. Well,
Damn it.
I think so. We see there's like, what is everyone else doing in this moment? You
I
see
think
Li
she's the
Jiang
only one who
runs.
hasn't done anything
He
yet, right?
disappears. Quan, like moments after, runs and then dives off after. What do the other three of you do?
So here's the question. If you would allow me to do, because I get a super move, right? If I unbalance myself completely.
You lose control of yourself,
Okay, no, that.
or you
doesn't
take an
work.
extreme action in line with one of your principles or things like that.
Yeah. So I have a question. You could tell me no.
Yeah, go for it.
I have an extreme loyalty to my friends in the encompass of the Earth Nation, right?
Yes.
And the answer isn't just to this person to just die. So could I just balls to the walls kind of thing, do a grab a tapestry, run up, and then try to latch myself, I don't know, latch the self to the person in my weird, I will also try to dive to save this person for the Earth Nation. You could tell me no, it's too far-fetched, but it's an idea. Nah, that's
Well, this is Avatar. So it's not out of the realm of reason. I'm just thinking about mechanically how I want to make sure that we're like.
yeah, no, that's what I said. If it
Making a
doesn't make
thing.
sense mechanically, I just
Well, I think this does sound like living up to your principle of loyalty is the thing. I don't think you need to lose your balance to live up to lose off loyalty to live up to loyalty. but I want to like resolve one thing, and then I'll see. I want to.
Oh
see
yeah,
if
no
we can
worries,
get-
no worries.
I think because I love this idea. I think it's super cool. I want to do a thing with it. I think to resolve the dive, we're gonna go anime stuff because we're in an anime.
Yeah.
Li Jing starts to is hanging. Quan jumps, grabs Li Jing. The problem is now the two of you are falling together. So Quan, I think you are gonna fall to your doom of some kind. You don't know whether or not you're gonna die. You might just break something, but you are falling to your doom with Li Jing.
Yeah.
So there is a moment of time hanging as the two of you are like sinking like a stone, but you're doing like the anime I'm grabbing you and we're falling in midair thing.
Mm-hmm.
So they're like time is kind of slowed a little bit. And Li Jing is like shocked to see you that you would jump. So I want to like have an anime moment and then see what she does as a response. What do you do now that you've grabbed him as the two of you are falling?
I think she's just holding him and she's like, "You're not getting away so easily."
Perfect.
And she has
And-
faith that
It'll work out.
something's gonna work out. Something's gonna happen. I'm gonna be able to stop him. I'm gonna figure it out. And she's like drastically kind of looking around and trying to assess the situation to see if there's like maybe some way she could like make some kind of like flame rope to like latch onto something or anything to help ease their fall or like guide them to like fall into something that's like not gonna mean
Yeah,
they
while you're
die.
falling. Yeah.
Yeah. I think those
roll
are
with
like
your
the
creativity
the-
to assess this situation as you're free falling to your doom.
I'll let you all know that -1 to this.
So I think whatever happens here,
Can I
she can use. to-
roll my trust? Can I?
Yeah, you
can
want
I
to live
roll
up to trust?
live
How
up
do you
to
how
my-
do you want to do that?
I think this is the moment where Quan 100% believes that the rest of her companions are going to help her, and that,
Right.
that this like she's not
Of course.
diving to
course.
her death. Because
You
this
did
entire
this
time
because you
she's
know
she's been
someone's
going
gonna catch
towards
you.
trust. She hasn't ever like been self-reliant on herself
Yeah.
pretty much this entire time. So she just trusts that they're gonna find a solution, or that she's gonna find a like they're gonna find a way to like get out of this.
The fate will be what it is.
Yeah.
If that's the way that fortune wills it. Mark your fatigue, roll plus your trust.
All right. So this will actually be a +1, which just makes it normal. Oh my god, these ones. Ah.
Okay. Well,
Nope.
you are looking around
There's
and
nothing.
you realize like you're just falling so fast, and you're looking around for something, literally anything to grab onto. And
If I see nothing, I think this is the moment where Quan thinks that like, okay, she might die and she's going down with this guy. But if that's the case, she wants an answer. And so she just kind of like looks at him as they're like falling together and says, "Just answer me this. Why?"
yeah, and you're sinking in slow-mo, and like she is like racking you're racking your brains up on top, like it's the algebra over the woman's face meme, like how do I do this? So you're I think you're figuring this out in your head, like I can do this, but in slow-mo. I'm like and time like kind of hangs, and Li Jing is like, "You're like me. You've given everything up. Why else would you dive off the edge after a doomed man if you had nothing left to live for? We will be free together.
Nice. I like it. Quan kind of has a solemn moment and she doesn't say anything quite yet.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for freeing me. I have been running for so long. Now I can finally rest.
I've got something I could try.
Okay.
All right, the two of you, like, yeah, it's the Chi and Jian show here.
Yeah.
Earthbending is like the worst thing to have for falling, except maybe waterbending when falling in a desert.
Yes. What is your plan?
It's the kind of thing that, like, absolutely stretches an earthbender's abilities to its limit, because it's range earthbending, but, like, could I, through the fabric of this building, bring, like, the base at the ground level and just slam it into a ramp?
Yes. 100%.
Theoretically. If I roll
Theoretically.
well.
Push
Do
your
it.
luck.
I believe.
This
I
is normally
believe-
an earthbending thing, but your friend is about to possibly die. There's
Oh,
no way. Roll
I'll
it back.
push your luck, 'cause I've got
The move that I'm making to kind of cap that off for you is Quan. You like nothing is everything's gone. There's nothing around you. You realize everything is just you're in fate's hands.
Mm-hmm.
And so as a result, you're like we're going to die. We know we're
Yeah.
going to die. So tell me what you're doing here. And he's like free. You're going to free me, and he's like, it isn't about me. It's about what he wants, isn't it? I'm just doing what I needed to survive. I don't want anything more. I didn't want anything more than to live. And I know that failure means a fate worse than death. Your friends will be at his mercy too.
Do I know who the he is that he's referencing?
And yeah, I think like you're like, who are you talking? Like, what do you mean? Like, and he just smiles and he's like, it's all been Long Feng's plan. And when I go, he will take the mantle of the Earth King. John, how'd you do?
Okay. I'm
We're just
pushing
going
my
to
luck.
reveal some hidden truths. Which is exactly how high up this whole thing goes.
Both in
You're
terms
gonna
of-
die. It doesn't
both in-
matter.
Both in terms of the plot and this fall.
Right, yeah.
Rolling. Here we go. I got a +1 from Martyr. I have +2 passion, but -2 from Guilty, so it's just a +1 overall. Nice!
And she, if you want to mark that fatigue,
Or I can't.
It
I
actually
have no more
calculated wrong.
fatigue.
You're
It
full
was
up.
7. It was actually just 7. It didn't account for the -2, so it's just
Oh my
a 7.
Oh, boo.
still,
It is like way up on this balcony. Jan's like, I've never done this. I have no idea if this will work, but I gotta try it. And then just like stamps as hard as he can to
Could
send this
I
ripple
mark
down the
fatigue
building.
as I see the ripple happening?
it wouldn't matter because it's
It
still a
would-
7,
yeah.
so it would go up to
Oh, 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
so
But what I
no one
think-
can actually help. It's either
Yeah.
way, it's a
It
mixed
costs you to
success.
scrape by. I will tell you what it costs you. It costs you the last of all of your energy. You basically just collapse
Just pass out
as a result
yeah.
of this because you're so tired. You're full of conditions.
You have
you just-
fatigue and conditions, yeah.
right? Like you just collapse. So I think like you can get there, but I still want to let Chi do the cool thing. So Chi,
Hmm.
you
Oh, yeah,
have to.
a ramp
The
doesn't
only way
save
this
you
works
from a fall, but it
is
helps
if you
if...
like. You have to like help them onto the slide, right? So how do you get them to safety?
It'd have to be like tapestry swinging ladder and just like kind of whoop. But how do I do that if I have full fatigue? Do I just take another condition, or
I think you
Can-
just do it.
I just do
Right.
it?
Like I'm gonna say
Alright.
you just do it because this
If it
is like
costs
this
you
is your
a-
hero moment.
Yeah.
This is basically your using your moment of balance without having your moment of balance.
Moment of balance.
Because I want you to use that ability, and we're not going to be able to do it.
Yeah. So I could just use my moment of kind of like it's not gonna be a really like oh my gosh like the coolest move ever. It's just gonna be like I will assist.
Can't she mark a condition though? Because instead, like if she would mark a fatigue, she makes a condition instead.
You would if you were like forced to.
Yeah,
Oh,
but not.
okay. This
So
is-
I will
here's
use
here's I
this-
think what it is.
Yeah.
You have we didn't really touch on this, and I'm sorry about it. But you had like someone you looked up to, like who is a master thief, right? Like
Yeah.
a Robin Hood.
If I remember my background it was mostly my nana.
Mhm.
If I
It'll be
remember
in your
my
history.
yeah. Oop. Where did
So
the
let's
history
go to your nana because we like barely touched on her. Let's say that so as you do this cool thing, like you see your friends falling, and you're like, wait, how do I do this? Gian makes the ramp, right? You go up, you grab and you see there's a tapestry nearby, and
Yeah.
you like looking around, and in the back of your mind, we cut back to you as a child, and maybe you're leaving home because your nana is like, you got to get out of here, right? You got to get it together, Chi. But one day you're going to make your nana proud. And maybe it's that moment of like, your nana's like, you only think about yourself, Chi. Life isn't just about doing what you want. It's about helping others. Maybe one day you'll understand that. And that's the moment where you're like, one day I'm going to be someone who my nana's proud of.
I'll help somebody.
Right, in need. And you grab the tapestry and full on Errol Flynn just
Yeah.
sliding down, slam into the two of them to make sure that they land on the slide.
Mhm.
Whoosh, and you collapse in a debris pile on the palace grounds.
Whew.
Think, because we're well over our end time here, just to
Yeah.
finish this up. We're gonna call that the action.
Woo!
But I don't want to leave it on like, oh my god, we never got to resolve anything. We're gonna briefly do some epilogue moments.
Yeah.
So, in the aftermath, the Dai Li left. The Dai Li just stepped back. After the rest of you were like running off, like you turned back and they were gone. What happens as a result of all this? Li Jing disappears, not like runs away, but Li Jing is brought into custody by the Dai Li for suspected treason.
That was in cahoots with them.
Well, you know.
Mhm. Well, yeah,
wins when you
that's
can
the
get
thing.
'em.
Is like in the aftermath, right? There's dust. The dust clears, and the Dai Li arrests and make Li Jing disappear. In the weeks or years that follow, where is everyone else? Tell us what you do. What happens?
I think Delight begins in earnest taking responsibilities within the Chen family and becomes a very what do you call it, like integral part of the day-to-day management of the the compound and whatever they're doing, and hopefully stops the shipment of weapons from going out any longer.
Yeah. I think the Badger Moles are able to use those the tanks that were salvaged to kind of collapse the tunnels, if not collapse the factories themselves.
Yeah.
I think they do that actually before anyone like tells them to, really.
Whoops.
Because they're like, oh, they were supposed to be back. Oh shoot, they're dead. All right, we're blowing this thing up. But the Chen family works with delight. Song changes a lot about the way that he looks at things in the world and agrees that they have lost sight of who they were, and there is a different future for the Earth Kingdom that they can help build. Jian, Qi, Quan.
I think Quan. Oh, go ahead.
I think Jean joins the Badger Mole Society.
Yeah.
Like he might check in on like how Ranrui's doing, see if he's like had a change of heart. But if that's not happened, then he joins the Badger Moles and keeps causing trouble for everybody.
I think Jian joins the Badger Moles, and is like training with them, and then in like the middle of the montage of like doing the burrowing training and stuff like that, a familiar silhouette appears, and it is a Ranrui who has just been like completely stripped of his rank and his armor, and he's just wearing plain civilian clothes, and he is like drops his satchel in the middle of this little like settlement surrounded by crystals and is like, I've lost everything. I've realized I might be on the losing side. You need a new recruit? And he reaches a hand out to Jian.
I take it.
Yeah. And he joins up the Badger Moles.
Hey.
Quan, you were saying something.
Yeah, I think Quan finds someone else to replace her to assist the Chen family, and kind of has this chat with Delight in regards to the fact that she has something that she needs to deal with, and Quan is going to find her brother and try to make things right, as well as her next mission is now, how does she stop Longfang?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I think where we find the two of you is like not even in the city, but on the cliffs. I think what are they called? The Fighting Cliffs on the south side of the city to overlook everything. And it's just that like the two of you finally meet up and have this confrontation where you're just staring at each other. It's like the end of a Tekken game. And I don't know if we hear what you talk about, but
I think it's one of those things where, Quan was so mad at her brother for what he had done, but after talking with like Li Jing and realizing like Li Jing was just, it was like almost exactly what happened to her brother. He was just doing what he could to survive, and he thought he was doing the right things, right?
Yeah.
But now it's more about like, for Quan talking to her brother, how do we really make things right?
Yeah.
And do it together.
Right. And we close on that potentially hopeful note there.
And you just hear the words that she says to kind of like bring it back together at the end is like, indeed, there will be flames of change.
Yeah. Yeah. Chi.
So it's gonna be actually kind of funny. You think that I think she just has a life or death moment realization in that flash of like jumping off and saving those folks, and actually devotes an entirely different purpose other than bold. Actually, she becomes like, it's just like a total shift. Like they're still around in the city, and migrating in and out kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But they now he shaves his head and everything, gives up all the possessions, and is a monk helping out in the lower rings.
Wow.
Yes, I think that it is just like a life boom. And so every now and then I can still team up with Jiang and stuff and do some charitable work over there, you know?
Yeah.
But is just trying to be a force to help more, and like in any way of, yeah.
I feel like you become a guardian, I become like a
Yeah.
hammer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually,
Yeah.
that's the playbook shift for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which I love. That's super cool. Yeah, and we see that complete character shift. The last things we see, I think, are Song's hands holding a fistful of green powder, and he closes them, and when he opens them again, the powder has been reformed into Quan's amulet. And the final thing is somewhere beneath Lake Laogai is a tall man with a mustache looking at Li Zhang, who is chained to a wall, saying, "You've disappointed me for the last time, Li Zhang. The Earth Kingdom does not tolerate failure. Begin the treatment." And a circular light begins to spin around the room behind. And the last thing we see is Li Zhang's eyes as the light whoosh, 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 wipes his memory.
Sequel.
And that is Avatar Legends.
Yeah!
Yeah.
That was amazing.
That was a good game.
Thank you all so much.
Awesome. All right. There it is. Don't go anywhere because we're gonna do an after show. After doing our outros and stuff, we'll do all the normal outros. We'll pop away for a bit and then we'll come back for a live after show that you can watch straight away.
You
In
can
the
ask
meantime,
all your questions, so get them ready.
Yep. In the meantime, stick your questions in the chat so we can we can answer them if you have any, and all that. Okay, let's go through the announcements. Patreon things. The monthly recap for November is out. You can check that out on the Patreon right now. There's more stuff coming on the Patreon as well. Various Ascension goodies will be coming out, and of course the character sheets for our team now in their final states as they are now, which is like max fatigue, max conditions, out of balance. Perfect.
I'm actually not bad.
Huh. I am very
Well, because
bad.
you had your blow
Kind
up
of
last.
Comparatively to everybody else.
I'm fine. I'm
and I almost
absolutely
died.
fine.
Oh, I have max everything. I just took off the moment of balance because I was like, might as well use it.
There's also as of 20 minutes ago, the MP3 and after show for the latest Ascension episode are out. So as soon as we're done here, you can go check out the final Ascension after show for this year, where we try and work out what we just did and have various kind of lore revelations and theories that we throw around. For those who've been following Ascension, things are worked out. Also, the final show for the year, Santa RPG, will be happening tomorrow, as mentioned. Maggie GMing, I'll be there, and so will Katie, Werewolf, and London.
Everyone's gonna be dressed up. It's gonna be fun.
If I can find the damn hat, I need to find it. It's missing.
I'm sure you can find a Santa hat.
Well, there's a particular one that I always use for that show, and I need to work out where it is. Before tomorrow, I've got less than 24 hours. And
Your
then after
mission, if you so choose. I'm just kidding.
to find the hat. After that, we'll be going on a Christmas break till January. Keep an eye on the socials for when we're coming back with the return of Ascension and the next show that will be following this one. So we're keeping that a secret for now. And also we're sponsored by Roll20. That's of course what we were using today to roll the various dice and both fail and succeed, and occasionally a little bit of both. Not necessarily at the best times, but sometimes at the exact times needed. But yeah, that's the announcements. Let's go through people and where you can find them. Let's start, of course, with our wonderful GM, Simon. Who are you? What do you do? And where can we find you?
Cool. Hey, I'm Simon. You can find me on Twitter at Lucha Libris. I write and publish tabletop role-playing games at colorspraygames.itch.io. I am a mod for the Magpie Discord and as well as a pro GM for Magpie Games. Speaking of Magpie Games, I also have some work in the recently released digitally Root the role-playing game based on the popular board game. So if you like cool animals with swords going on adventures, and I know that you do, it is now available for pre-order, but you can also get the PDFs right now on DriveThruRPG. I wrote a whole bunch of stuff in the expansion books.
So what you're saying, Simon,
content.
is that you're going to come back to roll for it and do a Roots campaign.
I mean, you don't threaten me with a good time. Twist my rubber arm. Also have an adventure in the clearing booklet, so go check those out. That's what I got going on.
All right, Elf, what about you?
Hello, I'm Elf. You can find me at twitch.tv/distractedelf or on Twitter at distractedelf, where I'm running, I have a couple of games running on my own channel. We're doing a fantasy apocalyptic city RPG called The City is the End using the Zweihander system, which has been fun. And we're also running Blades in the Dark. Blades in the Dark, House of the Rising Sun. We're on our 5th episode and things are getting very spicy. As they often do with Blades. So those are kind of on break until January, but they're still there. The other thing we've started doing that's very exciting is that we've started writing with the help from the stream and various members of my community, we've started writing a Blades hack based on the sentence Blades in the Underdark. I
volunteered as tribute to be on this.
I got you. Don't worry. I got you. Once we have something that's, functional, but we're doing the development on stream as well as sort of just talking about it. So that'll be coming up fairly frequently these days. Anyway, that's me. Yay.
All right, Bonsai, what about you?
Hello, everybody. I am Twitch. I'm Bonsai Baby here on Twitch. So you go to twitch.tv/Bonsai Baby. Currently, I am playing, we're doing a bunch of pen making, ornament makings because it's around the holidays. So woodworking, mostly lathe stuff this week. But I am also playing this really cool, fun game called Witchwood, which is where you kind of play a witch who's just why am I stuck doing this thing? Oh my goodness, it's such a good game. If you haven't, and also if you have hoarding tendencies when it comes to game, this is the game for you. Hoarding Simulator, the game.
I thought that was Animal Crossing.
I also play Animal Crossing too.
There's a pattern forming.
All the hoarding games I will play. That's what we have going on.
All right, Maggie.
Hello, everybody. I'm Margaret Crone. You can find me at Margaret Crone in all of the places. I do lots of things on the internet. If you want to find them, go there. Holidays are coming up, so I might have some time to actually stream on my own channel, which could be exciting. And of course, I follow all these lovely people. This was such a beautiful story. I definitely hope we can have everybody back again sometime. And I make video games for a living and other games. I'm currently working on a project called Ashes of Creation, and you can find it at Ashes of Creation in all of the places. And of course, Bentham, where can people find you when you're not at Bentham?
When I'm not Bentham, I am Mangled Pork, and you can find me there on Twitch and maybe YouTube, you never know, playing lots of games, doing lots of multiplayer stuff as usual. We've got some, what have we got? We've got Phasmophobia we did, Barotrauma, would usually be on Sundays, but we're missing it tomorrow, of course, to do Santa RPG, but then you'll catch it on future Sundays probably, as more updates happen for that. I did a little bit of Valheim last night as well. I'm getting back into that, and I'm hoping at some point to do a stream of Pray for the Gods, which just fully released and is basically inspired by Shadow of the Colossus. It's about climbing up monsters and stabbing them, and Shadow of the Colossus is one of my favorite games ever. So now there's like a PC game that's like that. Gotta stream it. So when I find the time, we'll be doing some of that. But that's me. So that's where you can find all of us. We're gonna pop away for a minute, and then we'll be back for the live after show. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you then, where we can wrap up with our thoughts about everything and how this whole campaign has gone. Thanks for watching.